supérieur. ¿Tienes café?
¡Necesitas más café! ¡El café es lo mejor!
Ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger.
Come and get some. I dare you.
Marshall. Love.
よっしゃ稽古つけたる
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger. Asuka Kazama.
手加減いらんで
Growing up as a child of 90s and early 2000s arcades, I've been a casual enjoyer of the Tekken series pretty much all throughout its lifespan, with its cabinets being a regular spot where I would dump a few quarters, mash some buttons, and walk away with a smile on my face. I've put some time into just about all of them, but never really attempted to learn the deeper complexities of its mechanics or really sat down to try and become good with a character. That's going to change with Tekken 8 because after spending about 4 hours with it, I'm all in. While I am a self-admitted casual fan of the Tekken series, I have at least dabbled enough into Tekken 7 to be able to talk about the most defining differences between it and Tekken 8. Chief among those changes is the new heat system, which is all about enforcing one of Tekken 8's biggest design goals, rewarding aggression. With the press of a button, a character can use a heat burst to enter heat mode. The effects of it differ from character to character, but in general you can view it as a limited time state where you're basically better at everything. Certain moves have new properties, others recover faster, making them more advantageous on block, and you gain access to new moves that aren't available outside of heat mode. One of the key elements of heat mode is that while it is time limited, with a meter that slowly depletes once activated, you can actually stop that meter from going down by landing attacks. This is just one of the ways that Tekken 8 looks to encourage its players to be more aggressive. Because if you're able to push the pace and land hits while in heat mode, you can keep that state going throughout most, if not all of the round. And if you decide that you instead want to cash out on damage rather than remain in heat mode, you can use a heat smash, which is like a mini rage art super move that does a large amount of damage but spends the rest of your heat meter. The heat system goes deeper than that too. In addition to there being a heat meter, there are also these little icons that govern your usage of certain actions while in heat mode. This is called heat energy, and if you enter heat mode with a heat burst, you'll only get one stock of it. However, if you use what's known as a heat engager, you'll enter heat mode with 2 stocks. These are special moves that, when landed, will instantly put your character into the heat state. Every character has 5 of them, and they're usually a handful of the most defining moves of each character. After you land a heat engager, you can spend 1 stock of heat energy to use a heat dash, which lets you quickly dash in to either connect combos that otherwise could not be connected, or if the heat engager is blocked, you can just get right back up in their face to continue your offense. So let's pause and slow things down as we look at this example between Paul and Jack 8. Paul lands his Phoenix Smasher, which is one of his 5 heat engager special moves. Landing a heat engager gives him a free dash that he can use to get in close, but I actually don't think that this is a true combo. Nonetheless, he lands that cool launcher into throw combo from the trailer. Then he lands another Phoenix Smasher, and when you land a heat engager during heat mode, you're able to use a heat dash to continue the combo. So he spends a stock of heat energy on a heat dash, picks him up off the ground, and finishes with a heat smash. Note that Paul now no longer has any heat meter to work with for the rest of the round. My favorite element of the heat system, though, is how it's used to further define the unique aspects of every character. Each character has at least one completely unique advantage while in heat mode. For example, while in heat mode, King gets armor on his Jaguar run, making him a grappler with an armored command run to get in on opponents. Kazuya, meanwhile, can execute his iconic electric Wind God Fist technique without having to be frame perfect on the input. What I also love about the heat system is that it's available right at the start of every round. It's not a comeback mechanic, and you don't need to build up a meter in order to gain access to it. You're free to use it whenever and however you please. The already existing comeback mechanic from Tekken 7, Rage, does make a return, with it once again causing a character to go into a rage state once they reach a critical level of health. While in the rage state, your damage increases and you gain access to your ultra powerful rage art technique. That said, rage drives are a thing of the past, largely because it's a mechanic that felt redundant due to the addition of the heat state and the advantages it provides. Another brand new element of Tekken 8 is the addition of a special control type, which is Tekken 8's new attempt at making its complex fighting system a little more approachable for newcomers. When in special control mode, each button has a recommended move and combo for each character. There's a button for juggle combos, a button for grounded combos, and a button for quick low attacks. The selected moves even change depending on what state you're in. While this allows new players to compete with more intermediate players in terms of the damage they're able to output, the key thing to keep in mind is that players using the special control scheme only have access to a very small selection of moves. The most interesting part though about the special control scheme, and the thing that really sets it apart from Street Fighter 6's new modern control scheme, is the fact that you can switch between the classic and special control styles mid-match with the press of a button. This makes it actually a fairly viable option for more experienced players as well, as you could be playing the match out in the classic control scheme, suddenly have an opportunity for a big punish, quickly swap to the special control style, and start mashing out a combo without fear of it dropping. It also seems like a great learning tool to be able to quickly jump in with a new character and get a feel for what their moves and combos are going to look like without having to memorize a whole bunch of techniques just to be competitive. Those are all pretty substantial changes, so it's comforting to know that everything else still feels like some good-ass Tekken. In my playtime, I mostly experimented with King, who's just as much of a powerhouse as he's always been. One of my favorite changes to him is that his reverse arm slam combo has been simplified, allowing him to go into the next throw in the chain with a single button press as opposed to a series of inputs that need to be memorized. Now, he still does have the ladder, and those are probably more damaging and harder to break, but as someone who's always loved King, but was always intimidated by all of the commands needed to do a full chain grab combo, I appreciate having at least one that I could easily commit to memory and rely on pretty much from the get-go of learning the character. I want to give a shout out to Tekken 8's command list too, which does a great job of giving extra context to the recommended moves for every character. It told me recommended combos, moves to use that are advantageous on block, what moves will launch an opponent, what to do after launching them, what to do after activating heat mode, and much more. These move lists are extremely intimidating, with each of them containing hundreds of techniques, and Bandai Namco is really putting in the effort by making them much more user-friendly. After my playtime was over, I left with a renewed enthusiasm to get into Tekken on a more serious level. Tekken 8 looks phenomenal. Its hits feel as impactful as ever, and its iconic cast of characters are even more uniquely defined thanks to the new heat system. There's still a lot we have yet to see, but as far as first impressions go, Tekken 8 is a knockout. For more Tekken 8, make sure to check out my interview with Michael Murray and Katsuhiro Harada. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
I hate rich people! Round 1. Fight.
I have greatly enjoyed the fighting game renaissance over the last few years. Between the success of Guilty Gear Strive and Street Fighter 6, and the general improvements to netcode across the board, the genre seems to be at its strongest since the arcade days. And after my time with the first weekend of Tekken 8's closed network test, it seems primed to bring the heat to a new generation, despite a few hiccups that can hopefully be attributed to normal pre-release obstacles.
I'll show you! Most strongest in the universe! Yeah!
In our earlier preview, IGN's Mitchell Saltzman covered the new mechanics introduced with the heat system, noting that it doubled down on the uniqueness of each character. I'm happy to report that this holds true with the characters that have been added since the build he played, although they've simplified the heat system just a bit. Instead of certain moves using stocks of your gauge, both heat drives and heat smashes now just use the rest of your bar. It's still a lot to wrap your head around, but thankfully, the closed test included a quick tutorial to run down these changes. Given the limited time available for the closed network test, I've tried to focus on some of the newly added characters, specifically Lily and June. Lily, my main from Tekken 7 other than Armor King, is well known to be one of the most evasive characters in the series, with a fantastic sidestep, tricky launchers, and even a command hop that can be followed up with either a low or a mid attack, forcing you to guess if you need to block standing or crouching. Going into heat mode in Tekken 8 boosts her evasiveness, letting you use her command hop twice in a row by holding the button down, and using these hops actually increases your heat meter, meaning you can keep your offense going for longer. She can also use her Heat Smash, the high damage ender you can use to end heat mode, from her back-turned stance as a low attack, giving her multiple ways to land big damage. Another character that stood out to me was Jun Kazama, returning in her first canon appearance since Tekken 2. She can use powerful attacks in strings at the cost of her own life bar, but if you activate heat mode, you can use those moves freely without damaging yourself, and even do extra healing, giving her an extremely powerful toolset with no drawbacks for a limited time. I felt like I was barely getting a handle on what Jun could do in this first weekend, but I'm excited to explore more of her kit during the next test period. Both characters gave me a lot of confidence that the heat system is ultimately going to end up being a great change for Tekken 8. Finding new ways to activate my heat, using the buffs it provides before it runs out, and then finishing it up with the Heat Smash, all made me excited to jump back into training mode as soon as I was able. Unfortunately, what had me less excited across the board was the online performance. While about half of my matches were great, and this is very specifically a network test, some of the connections were downright rough, especially against Wi-Fi warriors, with rollback artifacts and hitching both present. It's hard enough to judge spacing when someone has a handle on Tekken's complex movement, but when they suddenly appear to teleport, it made me feel like I was taking a counter hit to the face in real life. You can change the rollback settings to prioritize graphics or prioritize response. I chose response, but it's really just a pick your poison selection as you'll be dealing with more delay as a trade-off for less hitching. There was also an issue with stage transitions where they would hitch almost without fail. I'm not sure if this was a network issue or a performance issue, but it was very distracting nonetheless. Thankfully, the connection screen gives a Wi-Fi indicator so you can avoid those players altogether if you wish, and as with all fighting games, I would strongly recommend plugging in an Ethernet cable, but that won't stop all of the online issues as matchmaking was also a bit spotty. Long stretches of time would go by where matches would fail to connect repeatedly, or not match me with anyone at all. Game director Katsuhiro Harada tweeted over the weekend that this was a known bug, and again, I must stress that this is a network test, and is designed to work out kinks they find with online play. So hopefully this will be remedied in the final release. But I can only relay my experience, which was not always optimal. After a few days of learning a few things, getting the ever-loving tar beat out of me, and then managing to squeak out some wins, I'm even more excited for Tekken 8's final release. Hopefully they can iron out the network issues, and if they do, I'm confident that we'll have a great new combatant for the King of Iron Fist tournament. Thanks for watching, and while you're here, make sure to check out our coverage of Tekken 8 from the floor of San Diego Comic-Con. And for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
You win.
うっさいわ、それはこっちのセリフや。
Round 1. Fight. You win.
Je me suis vengée d'un scar.
Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Not working! Soya! Go! Now! I'll kick your ass!
Round 3. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight. You win.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road, will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
I saw everything. The connection between 2 worlds. About a century ago, humans were defeated by the Vulgus, invaders from the other world. Then came the Colossi, who destroyed everything. Humans resisted until they could no longer. Then they found hope. They were gifted the forgotten ancestors' power. Finally, they could fight with newfound strength. But another threat had emerged. Karel, the new leader of the Vulgus. His dark ambitions are driving both worlds to the brink of collapse. We must fight back. With the ancestors' power bestowed upon us. Descendant, can you hear me? I've been waiting for you.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 1을 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리 투 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 인류의 생존을 위해 침략자들에 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀 플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 물을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래플링 훅은 조작에 따른 회전과 이동 시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
As a new free-to-play looter shooter, the First Descendant faces heavy competition. Between Destiny 2 and Warframe receiving regular expansions, alongside a steady stream of smaller games, making yourself seen in this crowded genre isn't easy. Unfortunately, if the First Descendant's upcoming beta test is anything to go by, it doesn't feel like this will be the next big one to break through. Testing out solo play and 4-player co-op, what's here is enjoyable enough, but it isn't that compelling. The First Descendant's story wouldn't feel out of place in a classic sci-fi novel. It's that old tale of humanity fending off alien invaders once again. Here you can choose one of 10 playable descendants, each bringing unique skills to repel the Vulgus. You're initially limited to choosing between 3, unlocking the rest later through a research institute. With differing stats and combat skills, differences aren't just skin deep. Be aware that you can't customize a descendant's appearance. Nexon Games says you can decorate them, a feature unavailable during this beta test, but the team wishes to retain everyone's unique aspects. Soon after choosing a character, you'll arrive in Albion, the First Descendant's pretty hub world. Here you can upgrade your weapons, take on quests, and more. Heading towards the Kingston region for several field missions, objectives range from defending set objects to investigating broken detectors. Boss fights are separately contained within Void Intercept battles, accessed from terminals across Albion and an NPC, Seneca. These fearsome foes have specific weak points to target and generally require a team. However, the missions I played simply didn't feel that exciting, even when playing with friends. Despite the differing goals, you're always taking down waves of enemies with generic designs at most steps, which soon becomes tedious. One objective involves taking down continuous waves of enemies to power down a target's shields, and I had to repeat this several times. When playing co-op, starting a mission didn't activate for the whole party, which caused some initial confusion. Each member must individually join or shoot an enemy in a teammate's existing mission. Not the biggest problem, sure, but hardly the most intuitive method. Considering this is an early beta, I'm hoping that'll change before the full release. Even with these problems, the first Descendants combat still feels entertaining, thanks to each Descendant's varied playstyles. Everyone has 4 active skills in battle, ranging from defensive moves like Ajax's reverse door shield to offensive options like VS's ice beam. Everyone's packing something different, encouraging you to explore and unlock the other characters. You can also equip 3 guns at once, flicking through them with your mouse's scroll wheel. If you aren't happy, defeating more formidable Vulgus usually provides a better gun. You can boost existing weapons through runes too. Those offer additional benefits like electrocution immunity, increased running speed, HP recovery when killing an enemy, and more. Runes are blanket applied into categories based on your gun type, so as an example, torrent runes can only apply to machine guns and tactical rifles. There's a set capacity for what you can equip for each category, and more powerful runes cost more. It's much more effective than using runes on individual weapons, saving considerable time when you'll likely be juggling through plenty of them. You can improve your capacity and the runes directly through Albion's Rune Master, and being able to choose your melee attack through Descendant runes was similarly appreciated. It's a nice touch to combat that provides suitably varied battle perks to fit different playstyles, and there are some solid customization options here. Once you've finished battles and missions, you can visit a separate event terminal in Albion, rewarding you with new weapons or runes. You'll gradually increase your mastery rank by defeating monsters, which helps you unlock benefits like additional rune slots. There's potential in the first Descendants customization and progression system, but this doesn't mean much if the field missions aren't that interesting. Right now, it feels like your average looter shooter with fancier visuals. While there is every chance things could improve come full release, I'm not entirely convinced. If you're curious to try it, you can jump into the open beta next week on Steam. Otherwise, the first Descendant launches on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation next year. For more on all of your favorite video games, keep it locked right here on IGN.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? If you feel confused, just reload your gun.
When this war first broke out, we weren't even born. And yet still we struggle with everything we have. Some fight for riches, fame, glory. Some fight because we truly believe. Unshakable faith in the face of despair. That's what drives us. Those who fall serving the immortals turn to stone. But that's not how our story ends. We rise once more. And in the name of the immortals, we are brought back to fight anew. But why return to this carnage? Why doom ourselves to unceasing strife? Because the bones of this war will build a haven for all.
Should have thought twice. Should have thought twice.
The avatar of death.
Be well, friend. Be well, friend.
They've made the first move. Counter them.
Enemy down.
The enemy has more foothold. Drive them out.
Ranged attacks. Incoming.
Cry of terror rings out. Take that foothold from the enemy.
Oh.
We're halfway through. Stay strong. They've made the first move. Counter them.
Be well, friend. I am reborn. I am the flame.
recharge from the flames!
Take that foothold from the enemy.
It's time to fight.
I am the flame!
They've made the first move. Counter them. The enemy has more foothold. Drive them out.
It's looking dicey here, guys.
Headshot.
Enemy down.
You have banked double kill.
And your friend.
The enemy has the upper hand.
Let's group up!
I am the flame!
You are the
The game is
avatar
over.
of death.
Let's try something new. Enemy down.
Breathe deep. Be well.
The cannon foothold has been taken.
Be well,
Head for cover.
friend.
Out of my way!
I see you.
Should have thought twice.
Be able to rally.
Shut down.
Should have thought twice.
The enemy has
I am the flame! I've returned from the flame!
Slain an immortal.
The cannon foothold has been.
I am the flame!
Should have thought twice.
Quadra kill.
Join your
You
friends.
have slain an immortal. A cry of terror rings out.
I am
Follow
the
me.
flame!
You try.
They've broken. Victory is ours.
Triple kill. Quadra kill.
In a bid for the growing number of warfare-centric multiplayer games with massive numbers of combatants taking to the field all at once to impale one another, Warhaven hopes to make a name for itself with large maps, an impressive roster of warriors, and objective matches that have armies scrambling to overrun one another in an elaborate game of tug-of-war. I recently spent several hours with the team at Nexon and some of my fellow IGN sweaty tryhards as we tried desperately to maim one another while slinging as much trash talk as humanly possible. The result was a few entertaining hours that were complete pandemonium from beginning to end. While combat may be slightly reminiscent of fellow third-person melee warfare game For Honor, Warhaven's biggest departure is in its decidedly more chaotic style. Instead of smaller engagements with only a few players slowly and methodically dueling one another, Warhaven's 16v16 multiplayer throws an avalanche of opponents into a jumbled pile of swords, shields, and cannonballs that's almost always pure mayhem. While fighting one-on-one can certainly be a strategic dance of blocking, slashing, and well-timed abilities, more often than not, any hope at a fair fight is immediately dashed when either you or your opponents show up in full force to ruthlessly butcher anyone in sight, while sheer numbers throw any hope of fighting back right out the window. In the occasional instances where both teams show up at a single point in full force, the often one-sided push and pull is replaced by a disorderly slaughterfest that's sure to be the highlight of any match. Even when the odds feel fair though, the haphazard swings from your character's weapons and decidedly floaty movement makes for an imprecise experience that sometimes doesn't feel great, even though that untidiness usually leads to hilarity. It's especially funny to see players spontaneously transform into ultra-powerful heroes once they've accrued enough murder karma, then roll over an entire team as a horse-mounted character or a magical samurai with a cowboy hat. It's ridiculous, over the top, and at times feels completely unbalanced. But there's a certain kind of joy in that utter anarchy that makes each match amusing in how it appeals to my inner agent of chaos. It's not that Warhaven lacks strategy, though. In fact, there's plenty of opportunities for teams to communicate with one another around objectives in order to win the game. For example, a few maps feature a cannon that's absolutely essential to victory, as whoever has control of it can rain down deadly hellfire over vast swaths of the map, leaving little hope for the enemy to control the objective without dealing with you first. That race to control the all-powerful artillery was definitely a good time, especially when I was the one firing the cannon at the soon-to-be dead sorry excuse for a soldier who opposed me. But just like everything else in Warhaven, the battle over the cannon is in no way immune to the utter tumult of warfare, and it seemed like even whilst communicating with my team as much as possible, we still regularly found ourselves steamrolled by overwhelming numbers leading to repeated turnovers. It honestly felt like, in a lot of cases, the match's outcome came down to a coin toss based on the random and messy flow of battle, even when that sloppy homicide fiesta was generally a lot of fun. The silly good times are definitely extended by Warhaven's interesting roster of playable characters, which range from standard sword-wielding soldiers to lightning-fast assassins with a sneaky set of moves to healers with little in the way of attacks at all. Most of them feel good to play too, like a shield bearer who can plow his way through an army of enemies like Frank West in Dead Rising, or the crazy dude with a warhammer who turns the enemy into mashed potatoes like the rabid monster that he is. From what I can tell in the handful of hours I had with it though, not all are winners, like the spearmen whose attacks feel like they're way harder to land hits with than they should be, and which left me almost immediately flattened by the enemy every time I played as him. So far, Warhaven seems to be shaping up into a bizarrely disheveled war simulator that manages to pack a whole lot of entertaining moments in each chaotic match. I hope to spend more time blowing up my foes with a giant cannon when it's launched free-to-play later this year. For more, check out our previews of Flashback 2 and Palia, and for everything else, keep charging into battle with IGN.
Nexon's Warhaven follows in the footsteps of games like For Honor before it, in trying to carve a space out for the third-person melee action gamer amidst a sea of first-person large-scale multiplayer warfare offerings. Based on the current open beta playtests running until early November, there's still a lot of work to be done to make the case. I've had some fun in short bursts, but as a solo player, every clutch capture or dominant killing spree was bookended by frustrating moments of chaos, where there was no great way to steer your team to objectives or to avoid getting overwhelmed by enemies. No great way to hold your own one-on-one. Dropping into any of the 4 currently available maps first requires you to pick a class. There are 6 to choose from, all with their own strengths, weaknesses, and quirks. The sword-wielding Blade and the spear-brandishing Spike are the melee-focused choices, with the former being great for keeping foes on their toes and occasionally in the air, while the latter can pierce defenses with its charged-up attack and parry incoming swings to create openings for big damage. Guardian and Warhammer are the meaty ones. Guardian's shield can bash multiple foes backwards and be used as a battering ram to make a hole through the front line. Warhammer swings his two-handed bludgeon for the fences to destroy groups of foes, but can also put up defenses to clog paths. Arch is the ranger who can snipe people from great distances or can use delayed explosive aerials to great tactical use. Smoke is a trickster who can catch projectiles and launch them back at enemies and, crucially, can heal her allies at will. As you rack up kills and assists, or capture and defend objectives, you'll build a meter in the bottom corner. When full, you can spend it to temporarily transform yourself into one of 4 powerful immortals, each with different roles, but all posing game-changing potential. The most popular was Martyr, a knight in shining armor who has a powerful sword attack and a shield bash.
Double kill.
Dark Gale is a mounted warrior great for breaking through clumps of enemies. Hoet uses barriers to shield himself and allies from harm, and Raven can launch powerful projectiles from a distance. Any one of these characters can dominate a skirmish. But maybe one of the biggest balance issues I've seen so far is when multiple players transform at the same time, creating a death ball of super powerful murder knights that make counterplay impossible. There are 4 maps in this playtest that show off 3 different game modes. Onslaught feels like the signature mode here, as there are 2 different maps dedicated to it, the narrower Moshbarg and the large expansive Gelen. Its tactical back and forth always felt important, even if trying to wrangle your team to prioritize objectives often felt like a battle in and of itself. Skirmish has fewer points than Onslaught that both teams fight over, the center one being the only one that scores. The other 2 give you access to a second respawn point and a cannon that faces the center. This was an extremely hectic stage. Control points flipped constantly, meaning you're always in motion to attack and defend the next one. It was also the mode I ran into one of my bigger obstacles with doing well, other groups of players. As a solo act trying to ping and chat my team into helping me out, I was having a hard time. On the other hand, Skirmish felt like the mode with the most emphasis on the objectives, as each one had a dramatic impact on the momentum of the fight. The last mode, Arms Race, is a take on escorting a moving objective to a destination. Except in Warhaven, there's 3 objectives that first need to be built by capturing their respective control points. This felt like the mode that required the most communication and felt the most chaotic as a single guy jumping into a team. And generally, 16 people trying to move 3 payloads while also trying to stop 16 other people from trying to move 3 payloads might just be too much to keep track of for any game. Warhaven's big-time battles feel properly large and incredibly chaotic, and in my time with this playtest, it delivered quite the mix of emotions. The objective-focused gameplay across several different locations and game types add a tactical layer to the melee skirmishes that does what it can to keep the game flow feeling intrinsic and legible, even if the tools to keep your team's eye on the prize are limited. Combat itself is filled with diverse offensive and defensive options both on your heroes or found in the environment, but the most effective way to kill the enemy is to crowd them in a corner and spam a storm of attacks that they could never be able to block. In short bursts, Warhaven is a great high-energy experience, though I think a keener focus and lots of balance is needed for it to survive the long post-launch campaign when it arrives next year. For more previews of upcoming games, do not miss our final preview of Sonic Frontiers, or our last look at Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Victory will be ours.
俺は負けたのか。
おいでジン。
さあ全人類よ、世界を闘争で満たせ。頼むぞ風間陣。お前を殺し全てを終わらせる。俺の血を引いていながらこの程度か。
風間、俺はまた守れないのか。
もろもろのままこと罪汚れ清めましょう。
Yesterday, Bandai Namco debuted a brand new Tekken 8 trailer during the Game Awards, revealing new mechanics and the return of a fan-favorite character. Now I'm joined in studio by Tekken 8 director Katsuhiro Harada and producer Michael Murray for a full breakdown of the new trailer. Harada-san, Michael, welcome.
Thank you.
Let's dive right into the trailer.
俺は負けたのか。
Okay, at the 4-second mark, Jin is falling through water, thinking about how he lost his fight, presumably, with Kazuya. A gloved hand appears from what looks like black smoke and reaches out to him. We know black smoke has historically been used to signify characters with the devil gene, and the gloves resemble Jin's and Kazuya's. Can you talk about what's happening here and where we are in the story?
So in the trailer, it's this time we really kind of focused on the story-based elements of the game and trying to portray that in the trailer. You can see Jun Kazama actually appears later on in the trailer, right? So we have Jin Kazama, Jun Kazama, Kazuya. So Jun is Jin's mother and Kazuya the father, so you know the three of them are family. And the different kind of destiny that they're all intertwined in is something that's really important to the story overall. And I think when you have a chance to play the game and you play through the story portion of it, you'll get more insight into the dynamics of that. But for this part, we just really wanted to make it really stand out about showing off some of those story-based elements, especially with the three of the main members of this iconic family.
At 9 seconds, we see Jin Kazama, Jin's mom, who hasn't been in a Tekken game since Tekken Tag 2 and hasn't had a canon appearance since Tekken 2. Can you talk about Jin's importance to Jin and Kazuya's story?
As you said, Jun Kazama, you know, this has been quite some time since she appeared in this type of capacity in the game. You know, being both part of the canon story and playable hasn't happened since, like you said, Tekken 2, which was, you know, 96 or so, so it's quite some time. Obviously this time she plays a very important role, both to, you know, Kazuya and Jin, and I think some of that will be portrayed when you actually hands-on with the game. But really, I think she's more centrally important to Jin Kazama, because people who are familiar with the character, you know that he's got this devil gene power, and he's kind of typically wavering between you know, his human side and that kind of devil influence side throughout the storyline of Tekken. So Jun is kind of like his guide on the path that he's on, and people who are familiar with the series and her and you know, Kazuya know that she has this special power with her that she can actually kind of neutralize the devil gene devil gene in some of its effects. So how that plays out in the story is something that players can look forward to, I think.
At 23 seconds, Kazuya appears in his devil form and starts attacking a city in some story mode footage. Can you talk about where Kazuya is in this story after finally, maybe, defeating Heihachi in Tekken 7 and what his plans are?
So the events in the trailer and the setting for Tekken 8 take place roughly 6 months after the ending of Tekken 7. So that's where we're at when you see this. And so you can see that Kazuya Mishima is in charge of the G Corporation, And so he's kind of used that as a vehicle to gain control, basically the whole globe, right? And this is partly due to, he was in a rivalry with Heihachi Mishima, who controlled Mishima Zaibatsu. So after defeating Heihachi, like you saw at the ending of Tekken 7, he had complete control over the world. And so you see him going around and destroying in the trailer. And if you recall Tekken 7, he has these extraordinary powers from the Devil Gene grants him. So he can shoot lasers. He even shot down a satellite, in the previous game. So this is the kind of destructive power we're talking about. And it's kind of unhampered now that he doesn't have Heihachi to stop him.
Okay, at the 25-second mark, we get gameplay footage of Lars, Paul Phoenix, Martial Law, Jack 8, and King. Everyone's sporting a new look, especially Paul, who has moved away from his signature hairdo, and Martial Law is using nunchucks in some of his attacks. Could you tell us about their redesigns and new models that have been built for Tekken 8?
So the characters that you mentioned, obviously, all of them returning from past installments. But that said, they've been completely built from the ground up. The whole models, everything, the rigging, the skinning, their costume design, everything about them was made from scratch for this time. We really wanted to give Tekken 8 the feeling of a brand new title and to provide the excitement for everyone, right? So, but we did have a lot of trouble in doing so. I mean, there's a financial cost of remaking all the models for the whole game, right? But more so, if you change it to make it look new, you have to be careful that you don't change it so much that people don't recognize their fan favorites. So we had to really take a hard look at each character and think, what makes them this iconic image to everyone, and to keep those elements while making it a brand new refresh of the costume. So that was something that was really important for us. And then, like you mentioned, Paul's hair, right? That's something that actually, he had straightened long hair in Tekken 4, which is pretty popular with some of the Tekken fans. So that made an appearance. We actually have kind of an internal rule that every 4, Tekken 4 and then Tekken 8, Paul has his hair down. So maybe next time Tekken 12, perhaps, we'll have a hair down version of Paul. That said, we know that there are a lot of people who love the skyscraper hairstyle of the original Paul costume. So you can actually equip that in the customizations.
Jumping ahead to 33 seconds, we see some stage destruction after King hits Jack 8 into a wall. Can you tell us about the improvements that have been made to the stages and stage destruction in Tekken 8, including any visual updates?
So regarding the stages, a lot of attention to detail was put into it from various aspects. For example, there's the functionality of the stage itself. Tekken is a 3D fighter, so this is really important that the camera, goes 360 degrees, not just for cinematics, but while you're actually playing the game in various situations, right? And so you have balconies or walls or various objects that you can destroy within the stage, which opens it up. It changes the size and shape, but what this means is it changes the strategy of the game, right? So depending on which character you're using, it could be that they're well suited to one particular stage or maybe not. So this kind of strategic element is important to the game. And so the first thing we focus on was making these stages fun for the gameplay and how it affects the strategy, right? But also, not just that, even if it's not important to the functionality, just the graphics of one area breaking and opening up, and you can see like a panorama from like a wider view, or just like the various effects of dust and smoke and other elements of the stage that are destroyed, and you can see them move in real time because of the physics. Also, the stages themselves, you might have different variations where it's nighttime or it's during the day, and that kind of lighting completely changes the look and feel of the stage. So all of this really comes together to make the stages really immersive experience, both from the gameplay elements that I mentioned, but also from a spectator or just as a player enjoying it. So those are some of the things that went into the stage when we developed. So this really is unique, though, the stages about Tekken, because there's no other really current title that has this free roaming, not free roaming, but the camera can go in 3D, 360 degrees, right, at any time, depending on the player's inputs. You don't see that in any other games. And what this means is it's so much more intensive and even costly to make these kind of stages, because you have to pay attention to every detail on the stage, because you never know where the camera is going to be, right? So everything has to be perfect, all of the cinematics and everything. So I kind of joked to myself that if I knew it was going to turn into this maybe 30 years ago, I shouldn't have done 3D stages because everyone else is doing 2D and they don't have to worry about the stuff the camera can't see. So I'm kind of jealous in some regards.
So here at 34 seconds, we see Lars is rooting for Jin. Can you tell us about Lars' place in Tekken 8's story? We also see him fighting Jack 8 and showing off the new Heat system. Tekken 8's core concept is aggressive. Could you talk about what influenced that concept and what that means for Tekken 8's gameplay, how the Heat system plays into that?
So first there's, like you said, Lars appears in the trailer rooting for Jin. You can kind of see their relationship throughout the series, but this time you can do it Jin Kazama, he's saying. So I think it kind of gives people watching the trailer a good idea of the kind of dynamic there with those two, that he's supporting Jin in his journey this time, right? And then regarding the Heat system, it's like you said, you see it in the trailer as he's fighting against Jack 8. But this is really designed to change the game in a positive way from past installments. That it's the same with real martial arts, but with fighting games as well. If you have two people who have a really similar skill level, sometimes neither can go on attack or open up themselves up. It leaves you vulnerable, perhaps. So you'll just see people staring each other down, I guess you could say, right? We wanted to break that up. So the Heat system really kind of rewards players for going on the offense and to maybe poke holes in their opponent's defense. Because it's more fun for the people playing, but also for people watching the game, it's more of an enjoyable spectator experience. So this was designed to kind of really reflect the core concept of Tekken 8 of being an aggressive game and to kind of change up the gameplay in that manner. So this is the first time we're showing it off, and we hope to talk about it more in the future. So we hope everyone's looking forward to hearing more details.
Okay, jumping ahead to 41 seconds, Jin and Kazuya are destined to fight each other, and their conflict mirrors Heihachi and Kazuya's. What makes this fight, Jin versus Kazuya, different from that one, and where is Jin coming into in Tekken 8's story?
So, in previous, I believe Tekken 7 is what you're referencing, the battle between Kazuya and Heihachi. The dynamics were, you have Heihachi is a human, he doesn't possess the devil gene, right? Against Kazuya, who has the devil gene, who is, a devil pretty much. And so the battle between them was kind of a different dynamic. In Kazuya, obviously he wins in the end. Spoiler alert for people who haven't played Tekken 7. So that dynamic is slightly different because now you have Jin Kazama, who actually also possesses this devil gene and gives him similar powers to Kazuya. But it's quite different in the matter that Kazuya, from a martial artist perspective, fighter, and being able to control the devil gene and go freely back and forth between human and devil powers, he's much more of a developed and polished entity or person, I guess you could say. Where Jin he's younger, and he's still he has his things that he's trying to battle with and within himself and to figure out, and so he's not mastered himself or the devil gene and its powers. So the way that plays out is quite different than the battle between Heihachi and Kazuya. But not just that, you have the added dynamic of Jin's mother, Jun Kazama, Kazuya's wife as well, who kind of will come on the scene, and how she affects that face-off between the two, father and son, this time is going to be something quite different than what we've seen before with Heihachi and Kazuya, right?
Okay, skipping ahead to the 1 minute mark, we see Jun Kazama again. She returns and promises to help Jin cleanse this world of its evil and corruption. We also see a bird land on her hand. Could you talk about what the bird symbolizes and the importance of Jun's return to the series after so much time away?
So just to dive into the background of Jun Kazama a little bit, part of her character setting is that she's involved in wildlife conservation, and that's also kind of why she raised Jin in Yakushima, which has a lot of nature in that environment. So there is that regarding the bird, coming to her, but it's also more of a kind of Japanese or Asian concept that when you have these martial artists who've attained a lot of power, it's said that that kind of fighting spirit emanates from them, right? But on the other hand, someone who's equally a master can kind of feel that power, and it works in minus ways some ways. So it's said that people who've gone even further to the next level are able to kind of get rid of that fighting spirit or not emanate it, so that their opponent can't feel it, right? So that is said that with a very skilled martial artist in the past, that animals would fly to them because they don't feel that fighting spirit or that danger, I guess you could say, right? So it's a sign that not only is she, in tune with nature, but that also she is such a skilled martial artist that she is able to kind of not emanate that fighting energy, right? So that's a background setting to it. But also, one important thing of June is that she's got this power to cleanse things or, kind of neutralize the devil gene, etc. So how this plays, affects the outcome and what transpires between these two fighters, right, is going to be one of the focal points of the story for people to look forward to.
And finally, at the end of the trailer, we see the chain and the 8 symbol again. We finally see Tekken 8's tagline, Fist Meets Fate. Can you talk about the symbolism behind the chain and the tagline and how they relate to Tekken 8's story?
So the chains are really an important element, especially tied to Jin, also Kazuya, the Mishima family in general, with the devil Jin and their history. So it kind of symbolizes they have this particular destiny or things that they're tied to, whether they like it or not in many instances. And the chains are kind of what binds them to that, and that's like a reflection of that. So that's a key element of the story that appears visually. But then also the Fist Meets Fate just symbolizes that although they have this destiny and it seems like it's kind of decided and they have no choice in it at times, they use the power, which is symbolized by their fist, right, to try to veer away from their destiny, to try to change it per se through their sheer power in their fists. So that's where the Fist Meets Fate comes from.
All right, well, that's all the time we have today. Thanks once again to Harada-san and Michael Murray for joining us. Thanks to you all for watching. For lots more coverage, check out our full analysis of the new Tekken trailer over on the site. And for everything you need to know about the rest of the video game world, stick with us right here at IGN.
もろもろの我がこと罪汚れ清めましょう
Café.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New Challenger.
¿Es hora de entrar? Aquí viene el espectáculo de Azucena.
Azucena.
Bebida número 1 en el mundo.
Je te prouverai que le thé est supérieur.
¡Vamos a divertirnos!
ready for the next battle. Tekken 8! New challenger!
Come and get some, I dare you.
Martial Love! Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8! New challenger! Asuka Kazama!
Growing up as a child of 90s and early 2000s arcades, I've been a casual enjoyer of the Tekken series pretty much all throughout its lifespan, with its cabinets being a regular spot where I would dump a few quarters, mash some buttons, and walk away with a smile on my face. I've put some time into just about all of them, but never really attempted to learn the deeper complexities of its mechanics, or really sat down to try and become good with a character. That's going to change with Tekken 8 because after spending about 4 hours with it, I'm all in. While I am a self-admitted casual fan of the Tekken series, I have at least dabbled enough into Tekken 7 to be able to talk about the most defining differences between it and Tekken 8. Chief among those changes is the new heat system, which is all about enforcing one of Tekken 8's biggest design goals, rewarding aggression. With the press of a button, a character can use a heat burst to enter heat mode. The effects of it differ from character to character, but in general, you can view it as a limited time state where you're basically better at everything. Certain moves have new properties, others recover faster, making them more advantageous on block, and you gain access to new moves that aren't available outside of heat mode. One of the key elements of heat mode is that while it is time limited, with a meter that slowly depletes once activated, you can actually stop that meter from going down by landing attacks. This is just one of the ways that Tekken 8 looks to encourage its players to be more aggressive. Because if you're able to push the pace and land hits while in heat mode, you can keep that state going throughout most, if not all of the round. And if you decide that you instead want to cash out on damage rather than remain in heat mode, you can use a Heat Smash, which is like a mini Rage Art super move that does a large amount of damage but spends the rest of your heat meter. The heat system goes deeper than that too. In addition to there being a heat meter, there are also these little icons that govern your usage of certain actions while in heat mode. This is called heat energy, and if you enter heat mode with a heat burst, you'll only get one stock of it. However, if you use what's known as a heat engager, you'll enter heat mode with 2 stocks. These are special moves that, when landed, will instantly put your character into the heat state. Every character has 5 of them, and they're usually a handful of the most defining moves of each character. After you land a heat engager, you can spend 1 stock of heat energy to use a heat dash, which lets you quickly dash in to either connect combos that otherwise could not be connected, or if the heat engager is blocked, you can just get right back up in their face to continue your offense. So let's pause and slow things down as we look at this example between Paul and Jack 8. Paul lands his Phoenix Smasher, which is one of his 5 heat engager special moves. Landing a heat engager gives him a free dash that he can use to get in close, but I actually don't think that this is a true combo. Nonetheless, he lands that cool launcher into throw combo from the trailer. Then he lands another Phoenix Smasher, and when you land a heat engager during heat mode, you're able to use a heat dash to continue the combo. So he spends a stock of heat energy on a heat dash, picks him up off the ground, and finishes with a heat smash. Note that Paul now no longer has any heat meter to work with for the rest of the round. My favorite element of the heat system, though, is how it's used to further define the unique aspects of every character. Each character has at least one completely unique advantage while in heat mode. For example, while in heat mode, King gets armor on his Jaguar run, making him a grappler with an armored command run to get in on opponents. Kazuya, meanwhile, can execute his iconic electric Wind God Fist technique without having to be frame perfect on the input. What I also love about the heat system is that it's available right at the start of every round. It's not a comeback mechanic, and you don't need to build up a meter in order to gain access to it. You're free to use it whenever and however you please. The already existing comeback mechanic from Tekken 7, Rage, does make a return, with it once again causing a character to go into a rage state once they reach a critical level of health. While in the rage state, your damage increases and you gain access to your ultra powerful Rage Art technique. That said, rage drives are a thing of the past, largely because it's a mechanic that felt redundant due to the addition of the heat state and the advantages it provides. Another brand new element of Tekken 8 is the addition of a special control type, which is Tekken 8's new attempt at making its complex fighting system a little more approachable for newcomers. When in special control mode, each button has a recommended move and combo for each character. There's a button for juggle combos, a button for grounded combos, and a button for quick low attacks. The selected moves even change depending on what state you're in. While this allows new players to compete with more intermediate players in terms of the damage they're able to output, the key thing to keep in mind is that players using the special control scheme only have access to a very small selection of moves. The most interesting part, though, about the special control scheme, and the thing that really sets it apart from Street Fighter VI's new modern control scheme, is the fact that you can switch between the classic and special control styles mid-match with the press of a button. This makes it actually a fairly viable option for more experienced players as well, as you could be playing the match out in the classic control scheme, suddenly have an opportunity for a big punish, quickly swap to the special control style, and start mashing out a combo without fear of it dropping. It also seems like a great learning tool to be able to quickly jump in with a new character and get a feel for what their moves and combos are going to look like without having to memorize a whole bunch of techniques just to be competitive. Those are all pretty substantial changes, so it's comforting to know that everything else still feels like some good-ass Tekken. In my playtime, I mostly experimented with King, who's just as much of a powerhouse as he's always been. One of my favorite changes to him is that his reverse arm slam combo has been simplified, allowing him to go into the next throw in the chain with a single button press as opposed to a series of inputs that need to be memorized. Now, he still does have the ladder, and those are probably more damaging and harder to break, but as someone who's always loved King, but was always intimidated by all of the commands needed to do a full chain grab combo, I appreciate having at least one that I could easily commit to memory and rely on pretty much from the get-go of learning the character. I want to give a shout out to Tekken 8's command list too, which does a great job of giving extra context to the recommended moves for every character. It told me recommended combos, moves to use that are advantageous on block, what moves will launch an opponent, what to do after launching them, what to do after activating heat mode, and much more. These move lists are extremely intimidating, with each of them containing hundreds of techniques, and Bandai Namco is really putting in the effort by making them much more user-friendly. After my playtime was over, I left with a renewed enthusiasm to get into Tekken on a more serious level. Tekken 8 looks phenomenal. Its hits feel as impactful as ever, and its iconic cast of characters are even more uniquely defined thanks to the new heat system. There's still a lot we have yet to see, but as far as first impressions go, Tekken 8 is a knockout. For more Tekken 8, make sure to check out my interview with Michael Murray and Katsuhiro Harada. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
I hate rich people!
Round 1. Fight.
I've greatly enjoyed the fighting game renaissance over the last few years. Between the success of Guilty Gear Strive and Street Fighter VI, and the general improvements to netcode across the board, the genre seems to be at its strongest since the arcade days. And after my time with the first weekend of Tekken 8's closed network test, it seems primed to bring the heat to a new generation, despite a few hiccups that can hopefully be attributed to normal pre-release obstacles.
I'll show you! Boost! Strongest in the universe! Yeah!
In our earlier preview, IGN's Mitchell Saltzman covered the new mechanics introduced with the heat system, noting that it doubled down on the uniqueness of each character. I'm happy to report that this holds true with the characters that have been added since the build he played, although they've simplified the heat system just a bit. Instead of certain moves using stocks of your gauge, both heat drives and heat smashes now just use the rest of your bar. It's still a lot to wrap your head around, but thankfully, the closed test included a quick tutorial to run down these changes. Given the limited time available for the closed network test, I've tried to focus on some of the newly added characters, specifically Lily and June. Lily, my main from Tekken 7 other than Armor King, is well known to be one of the most evasive characters in the series, with a fantastic sidestep, tricky launchers, and even a command hop that can be followed up with either a low or a mid attack, forcing you to guess if you need to block standing or crouching. Going into heat mode in Tekken 8 boosts her evasiveness, letting you use her command hop twice in a row by holding the button down, and using these hops actually increases your heat meter, meaning you can keep your offense going for longer. She can also use her Heat Smash, the high damage ender you can use to end heat mode, from her back-turned stance as a low attack, giving her multiple ways to land big damage. Another character that stood out to me was Jun Kazama, returning in her first canon appearance since Tekken 2. She can use powerful attacks in strings at the cost of her own life bar, but if you activate heat mode, you can use those moves freely without damaging yourself, and even do extra healing, giving her an extremely powerful toolset with no drawbacks for a limited time. I felt like I was barely getting a handle on what June could do in this first weekend, but I'm excited to explore more of her kit during the next test period. Both characters gave me a lot of confidence that the heat system is ultimately going to end up being a great change for Tekken 8. Finding new ways to activate my heat, using the buffs it provides before it runs out, and then finishing it up with the Heat Smash, all made me excited to jump back into training mode as soon as I was able. Unfortunately, what had me less excited across the board was the online performance. While about half of my matches were great, and this is very specifically a network test, some of the connections were downright rough, especially against Wi-Fi warriors, with rollback artifacts and hitching both present. It's hard enough to judge spacing when someone has a handle on Tekken's complex movement, but when they suddenly appear to teleport, it made me feel like I was taking a counter hit to the face in real life. You can change the rollback settings to prioritize graphics or prioritize response. I chose response, but it's really just a pick your poison selection, as you'll be dealing with more delay as a trade-off for less hitching. There was also an issue with stage transitions where they would hitch almost without fail. I'm not sure if this was a network issue or a performance issue, but it was very distracting nonetheless. Thankfully, the connection screen gives a Wi-Fi indicator so you can avoid those players altogether if you wish, and as with all fighting games, I would strongly recommend plugging in an Ethernet cable, but that won't stop all of the online issues, as matchmaking was also a bit spotty. Long stretches of time would go by where matches would fail to connect repeatedly, or not match me with anyone at all. Game director Katsuhiro Harada tweeted over the weekend that this was a known bug, and again, I must stress that this is a network test, and is designed to work out kinks they find with online play. So hopefully this will be remedied in the final release. But I can only relay my experience, which was not always optimal. After a few days of learning a few things, getting the ever-loving tar beat out of me, and then managing to squeak out some wins, I'm even more excited for Tekken 8's final release. Hopefully they can iron out the network issues, and if they do, I'm confident that we'll have a great new combatant for the King of Iron Fist tournament. Thanks for watching, and while you're here, make sure to check out our coverage of Tekken 8 from the floor of San Diego Comic-Con. And for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
You win.
うっさいわ、それはこっちのセリフや。
Round 1. Fight. win.
Je me suis vengée d'un scar.
Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
It says here you spend some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
I saw everything. The connection between two worlds. About a century ago, humans were defeated by the Vulgus, invaders from the other world. Then came the Colossi, who destroyed everything. Humans resisted until they could no longer. Then they found hope. They were gifted the forgotten ancestors' power. Finally, they could fight with newfound strength. But another threat had emerged. Karel, the new leader of the Vulgus. His dark ambitions are driving both worlds to the brink of collapse. We must fight back. With the ancestors' power bestowed upon us. Descendant, can you hear me? I've been waiting for you.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 1을 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리트 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 1, 2회 생존을 위해 침략자들에 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀 플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 물을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래플링군 조작에 따른 회전과 이동 시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
New free-to-play looter shooter, The First Descendant faces heavy competition. Between Destiny 2 and Warframe receiving regular expansions, alongside a steady stream of smaller games, making yourself seen in this crowded genre isn't easy. Unfortunately, if The First Descendant's upcoming beta test is anything to go by, it doesn't feel like this will be the next big one to break through. Testing out solo play and 4-player co-op, what's here is enjoyable enough, but it isn't that compelling. The First Descendant's story wouldn't feel out of place in a classic sci-fi novel. It's that old tale of humanity fending off alien invaders once again. Here you can choose one of 10 playable descendants, each bringing unique skills to repel the Vulgus. You're initially limited to choosing between 3, unlocking the rest later through a research institute. With differing stats and combat skills, differences aren't just skin deep. Be aware that you can't customize a descendant's appearance. Nexon Games says you can decorate them, a feature unavailable during this beta test, but the team wishes to retain everyone's unique aspects. Soon after choosing a character, you'll arrive in Albion, the First Descendant's pretty hub world. Here you can upgrade your weapons, take on quests, and more. Heading towards the Kingston region for several field missions, objectives range from defending set objects to investigating broken detectors. Boss fights are separately contained within Void Intercept battles, accessed from terminals across Albion and an NPC, Seneca. These fearsome foes have specific weak points to target and generally require a team. However, the missions I played simply didn't feel that exciting, even when playing with friends. Despite the differing goals, you're always taking down waves of enemies with generic designs at most steps, which soon becomes tedious. One objective involves taking down continuous waves of enemies to power down a target's shields, and I had to repeat this several times. When playing co-op, starting a mission didn't activate for the whole party, which caused some initial confusion. Each member must individually join or shoot an enemy in a teammate's existing mission. Not the biggest problem, sure, but hardly the most intuitive method. Considering this is an early beta, I'm hoping that'll change before the full release. Even with these problems, the First Descendant's combat still feels entertaining, thanks to each Descendant's varied playstyles. Everyone has 4 active skills in battle, ranging from defensive moves like Ajax's reverse door shield to offensive options like VS's ice beam. Everyone's packing something different, encouraging you to explore and unlock the other characters. You can also equip 3 guns at once, flicking through them with your mouse's scroll wheel. If you aren't happy, defeating more formidable Vulgus usually provides a better gun. You can boost existing weapons through runes too. Those offer additional benefits like electrocution immunity, increased running speed, HP recovery when killing an enemy, and more. Runes are blanket applied into categories based on your gun type, so as an example, torrent runes can only apply to machine guns and tactical rifles. There's a set capacity for what you can equip for each category, and more powerful runes cost more. It's much more effective than using runes on individual weapons, saving considerable time when you'll likely be juggling through plenty of them. You can improve your capacity and the runes directly through Albion's Rune Master, and being able to choose your melee attack through Descendant runes was similarly appreciated. It's a nice touch to combat that provides suitably varied battle perks to fit different playstyles, and there are some solid customization options here. Once you've finished battles and missions, you can visit a separate event terminal in Albion, rewarding you with new weapons or runes. You'll gradually increase your mastery rank by defeating monsters, which helps you unlock benefits like additional rune slots. There's potential in the First Descendants customization and progression system, but this doesn't mean much if the field missions aren't that interesting. Right now, it feels like your average looter shooter with fancier visuals. While there is every chance things could improve come full release, I'm not entirely convinced. If you're curious to try it, you can jump into the open beta next week on Steam. Otherwise, the First Descendant launches on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation next year. For more on all of your favorite video games, keep it locked right here on IGN.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? If you feel confused, just reload your gun.
Welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 pre-show, coming to you from my couch. I brought in the cat bed back there. He's not going to show up. I'm Kyle Bossman. I'm your host for this pre-show, and I realize a confusing thing about this is that the Opening Night Live pre-show is not live. This is pre-recorded. If you don't believe me, watch this. All right, we shot this days ago. The purpose of this pre-show is just to provide you with bonus trailers, interviews, general tomfoolery to pass these remaining minutes that lead up to the big show, Opening Night Live. So, cannot think of a better way to kick this thing off than with a brand new trailer for Streets of Rogue 2.
Welcome to the City of Dreams. Where anyone can get a fresh start. Where a corrupt president enjoys a bit too much power. Well, sometimes you just have to go rogue. But remember, there can only be one president. Welcome to the streets where anything is possible. Streets of Rogue 2 is an immersive open-world sandbox dialed up to 11. Be who you want. Write your own story. And you can do all of it with friends. Knights of Rogue 2 is coming to Steam in 2024. Add the game to your wish list.
Great to see you back. Now, for this next part of the pre-show, I was hoping to talk to you all about something incredibly boring. Psych. Here's some more trailers.
Take me forward, no matter the danger. Your passenger is lost, so is this world.
I wanted to give our people one last hope. A champion to defeat this calamity. I am sorry to push that fate upon you, Lisvanger.
This place is beautiful.
Hello, sister.
Kel, is that you?
This is not quite how I imagined our reunion, Imo. You should not have come here. There are dark forces at work in these forsaken lands.
Let me help you, brother.
Leave now, for I still care about you.
Kel, brother, listen to me.
Enough!
Now, I realize even this far into this show that you might think I'm just some guy who hijacked the broadcast, and I don't blame you. So to prove that this is all legitimate, here is the host of Gamescom Opening Night Live himself, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, Kyle.
Jeff, we're now minutes away from Opening Night Live beginning. What sort of huge announcements should we all be expecting to see?
I think you can expect to see a lot of great games on stage. This is not a show driven by huge, shocking, surprise, one more thing announcements. When you really think of the history of ONL, we've always had kind of meteor looks at games that are announced in the show, and that's sort of continuing that tradition this year. There will be a few cool announcements throughout the show, but generally we're showing like a lot of really big games because this has been an amazing year for games, and the next 2 or 3 months is especially going to be insane with so many releases. So you will see new stuff on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Alan Wake, so many other big games that are coming out later this year. But yeah, primarily focuses, as Nintendo likes to say, primarily focused on, announced games coming in Q4 or 3 or 4 or something like that. So yeah, I definitely would set your expectations that we are not going to shock and awe you with surprise announcements today.
When you say meteor, though, that to me implies more than just a trailer.
The good news is when you're not just announcing games, you can also showcase, gameplay. And that's the constant battle always happens where people want some CG teaser for a game coming in 5 years. But then they also want to see real gameplay and real games. And like, you're going to see 10 minutes of Modern Warfare 3 tonight. You're going to see, gameplay on a bunch of other games, and like real in-game footage because these games are close to release and almost finished. So that's kind of the advantage that I think we can go a little bit deeper on some games today.
So actually, it's one of those things I miss about E3 was when they would just have like a long stage demo. It's just like, here's the game, we're playing it right now.
Yes, and that's what, like those old Call of Duty demos at E3 were always great. And we, we can't do that stuff at Game Awards to do, super long gameplay demos. And here, we definitely can show some raw footage. We have lots of trailers too. But yeah, I think hopefully people will see an in-depth look at some games that they're looking forward to. 20, 30 games will all be there. It's a big show and lots of gameplay to see.
Have a great time at the big show.
Thanks, Kyle. Your show's a big deal, too. We love having you host the pre-show, and I'm excited to be on stage for Open Night Live in just a couple minutes.
Holy moly. That was a good interview. Let's all take a minute to cool off now with another brand new trailer. Thank you, Endzone, too. I've always said this. Any video game trailer with a bus in it is going to be good. You can't prove me wrong on that. And if you are just joining us, welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, where we're just hanging out on my couch, watching some cool trailers and pre-taped interviews with Jeff Keighley. And we're not even halfway through all of the trailers I have to show you, so let's check out a couple more.
I look like a fucking tour guide.
I see you're settling in to our wondrous Azoria. Working the land, equipped with kindness and creativity. You found a cozy place in this community. With companions by your side. Who knows what you'll accomplish? Add a drop or two of magic. And set off for adventure. Will you reveal the heart of our magical island? Pre-order now.
I'm so sorry. Those two trailers kind of blurred together for me. Which was the one where you killed that guy and then stuck up your middle finger at him? It was Bulletstorm VR. Got it. Thank you. So this is my third time hosting the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show. And already we've developed a couple of traditions. One, general awkwardness. And then two, the top 10 reasons to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023. Number 10, there's just something nice about seeing a futuristic, shiny, reflective black stage with absolutely no streaks on it. Number 9, Assassin's Creed Mirage. Number 8, the big games you already know will be good. And then the number 7 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live is the weird games you never heard of before. I like those weird trailers. Those to me tend to be slightly more interesting than the sure things. Number 6, Sonic news. Jeff Keighley is showing up to Gamescom Opening Night Live with Sonic news. News about Sonic the Hedgehog. And let me tell you, there's no way it's bad. Whatever it is, it's not going to be bad news. This would probably be number 1 for me, but I'm trying to be objective with this list. Number 5, the raw thrill of a developer saying we can't wait to share more. Number 4, Alan Wake 2. This game's coming out in October and they haven't shown too much yet. I expect they're going to show something kind of big tonight. Number 3 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023. It's free. Number 2, Tekken 8 and Mortal Kombat 1. Officially speaking, I cannot rank one of those games higher than the other one. So if I have to put them in the same box, that's a powerful box. And the number 1 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 is that hands down, this is going to be the best Tuesday night of the summer. And please don't be like, nah, not true. I went surfing on a Tuesday. We don't care. We're talking about all of us combined. Collectively, this will obviously be the best Tuesday night of the summer. Because they know how to party on a Tuesday in Cologne, trust me. And do you know what else sounds like a party? The 7th Guest VR. So let's watch a trailer for that.
Old Man Stauff built a house and filled it with his toys. 6 guests came one night. Their screams the only noise.
And what about the rumors?
Eleanor, they're just that. They're rumors.
Stauff has spent his fortune wisely and
Never mind the smell.
Bit dreary in here, don't you think? Burden. Maybe you've seen me on Broadway.
Regrettably not.
Oh, I'm bored. I'm going to the kitchen.
Wait! We shouldn't go walking alone.
This is a game, nothing more. One of us is going to win that prize money. I say, every man for himself.
Nothing but queens. Apparently, there's more to this than I thought.
No one came out that night. Not one was ever seen. But Old Man Stauff is waiting there. Crazy, sick, and mean.
So one of my responsibilities as a pre-show host is to pop up in between scary games. If you have two scary games back to back, there's a big chance the audience could become unnerved and uncomfortable. So I'm here now to give you a chance to catch your breath, provide a nice comforting voice with a nice comforting face. And now you are appropriately comforted. Next, a scary game.
Just do what I say, Roman.
My favorite part of that whole thing is when he's in that dank bathroom and he shines his light into one of those toilet stalls. And like the girl from The Ring is standing there and the guy doesn't move a muscle. He just straight up does not react. That's like my ideal video game hero. What a guy. Anyway, as you could probably tell, I'm not German. So our producers thought it would be a good idea for me to educate myself properly on some gamescom culture from an actual expert. From IGN Germany, here is Anne Wernicke.
Thanks for having me.
Anne, I'm so glad you're here. I have so many questions for you. What is the best way for people all around the world to keep up with what's happening with ONL and Gamescom?
There's an official Gamescom live stream, and it programs in English and German. It's done by IGN, so that's the way to not miss out on the stuff that's happening. If you're in Cologne, though, and can attend Gamescom, you just go on Saturday and Sunday to Gamescom Festival. There's stages there with musicians playing. There's food trucks. There's like human social games where you have to be like in a soccer table thing. It's fun stuff. You should try it out. It's completely for free. So
hold on. What is it? What is a human social game?
You know soccer table? You play
We're
soccer
talking about
tables,
foosball.
right? Foosball.
Yeah, we call it foosball. Yeah.
But in this case, you get stuffed into it. So you are like one of the soccer people in that table. You can't move. You just stand there, go left and right, and play soccer like that.
What does Gamescom mean to you personally?
So 13 years ago, I actually started my career in the industry at Gamescom as a trainee. I just got thrown in, and I was overwhelmed by everything, you know. And to this day, it's just awesome to be reminded of that, to go there and see all these people, and I can still talk to the devs I admire there. So to me, it's kind of a happy place.
I have one last important question for you.
Sure.
How do you say world premiere in German?
It's actually Weltpremiere. Pretty similar, right?
I think I could do that.
Yeah, do it.
Weltpremiere.
Yeah, man, that's good. Congrats.
And thank you so much for helping me out today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Kyle.
Have fun at Gamescom.
Thank you.
All right, cool. Now I too am an expert. Please enjoy eine Weltpremiere.
I do not recognize these markings. They are old. Perhaps this is one of the great cities of the Age of Myth.
This is no Temple of Sigmar.
Hammers of Sigmar! No relent! No mercy!
We must fight on! The banner cannot fall! Warriors of Sigmar, stand with me!
Obtaining this power may end up being the reason we were sent here in the first place. If we can claim it, we can cleanse the Oryx and save our cannabis.
What's ours stays ours. Nothing gonna stop us now.
We do not fear death. Fight on! The dead must rise.
Delivered talk. Going to cover pack. Roger that.
By 2035, we have formed a new breed of elite special forces who are better prepared to manage these latest threats to our global societies. No fear, no retreat.
Recon arrow out.
Using smoke screen.
Powering up, let's do this!
Soldiers, you're depleting their numbers. Try to finish them off.
Hold the line. Here comes the last push.
It's that speed!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 pre-show, where the minutes are just flying by. ONL is about to begin with Alan Wake 2, Tekken 8, Sonic news, and things I was not permitted to talk about in the pre-show. So, this bad boy, this is about to wrap up. I have one last trailer for you. Here is Homeworld 3.
My name is Imogen Sajet. My entire life has been study, analysis, planning. Today, the galaxy is burning.
Fleet-wide comms open. Attention all personnel.
You've each just received a mission briefing. Nothing is redacted, because I want you to know what is at stake. We have been tasked with finishing Karen Sajet and the 5th Fleet's mission. Discover the source of the anomaly and the hyperspace attacks, and stop it once and for all. I know we were expecting a simple shakedown cruise.
Proximity alert. Control enemy strike craft.
Many of you are feeling overwhelmed.
We've got incoming. They have
doubting yourselves.
We need cover. They're all over me.
I have no doubt. We will succeed. Whatever it takes to complete the mission.
Enemy strike craft coming in fast.
My name is Imogen Sajet. Now, I must be more than a scientist. I am Fleet Command.
And that is it. That's all I have for you here in the pre-show, which of course means that Gamescom Opening Night Live is now mere seconds away from starting. Thank you so much for hanging out with me here on my incredibly cozy couch. Enjoy the show. Please welcome your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, Germany, and hello, everyone watching live around the world. I am Jeff Keighley, and welcome to the world's biggest in-person video game event, Gamescom 2023. Now, this right here is kind of like the opening ceremonies for Gamescom. It's a preview of this year's most anticipated games. We call it Opening Night Live. And over the next 2 hours, you'll get exclusive new looks at titles like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Mortal Kombat 1. But first, we're going to kick things off with the first new franchise in more than 2 decades from a legendary game studio. And to help us step into the vast world of Starfield, please join me in welcoming the composer of the game, Inan Zur, for a very special performance. Maestro. Starfield is ever so close. And Inan, thank you so much for that spectacular performance. Really appreciate you coming all the way for this. It's true, in just over a week, fans will start to play Starfield in early access on Xbox and PC. Well, I've been lucky enough to start playing it. Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. Okay. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers, and it's really disappointing to see someone act that way. But we're going to move right on with the show. We've got a lot of great games to show you. Really, it's just so sad to me to see something like that happen. Tonight, we're here to celebrate games in this community and how much they mean to us. So, without further ado, I want to move right on with the show because we've got a lot to show you. And the good news, Gamescom, is we have someone very special here who can be here to talk about Starfield. Please join me in welcoming to Opening Night Live in Gamescom for the first time ever, one of our industry's greatest creators, the director and executive producer of Bethesda Game Studios. That's right, Todd Howard, everybody. Todd, thank you so much for coming all this way to Gamescom. We have a lot to talk about with Starfield, but first of all, is this true? This is your first ever time at Gamescom?
This is my first Gamescom, and you were right. You said how great the crowd is here, and and just all the fans that come here for the biggest convention in gaming to celebrate games. And I figured, it is our first new franchise in over 25 years, so if I was going to come, it's for Starfield.
Well, we all welcome you to Gamescom in Germany, and we're all very excited to step into this new world, Starfield, and the next week, early access. Set up for people, why did you want to make this game, Starfield? Why did you want to create a new world?
I think like a lot of gamers out there, we have dreamt of a game where we look to the skies and we can blast off into space and explore. We love to make games where we can explore these worlds. We've done like with the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout series, but we wanted to do something brand new where you could explore with complete freedom in the galaxy. It's a game we've always wanted to play that we think a lot of people wanted to play as well. It's kind of that dream game.
Yeah, I wish I could talk about it, but it's quite an experience, and I know everyone here is very excited to jump in soon. You did bring some stuff to Gamescom to show to fans. I know there's a theater. Tell us, I know you've been, sharing a little bit about the game, but I know there's a lot you want people to discover when they play it. What did you bring here to Gamescom?
Yeah, it's really cool. We've built a 300-person seat theater where we're actually showing the beginning of the game. And you start out as a miner, and you touch this artifact that affects you in some way, where you see a bit into space-time, and then you get to create your own character. Our games are about creating and being whoever you want, and then you're off on adventure.
Yes, let's talk a little bit about this adventure. I know, people have been wondering kind of what the main quest line is going to be after you create your character, which is something that I know. I saw even someone on the internet this week created you, I think. Did you see that? Someone tweeted out a picture. They had somehow figured out.
I see a lot of things on the internet. I don't know. I'm not sure that's real.
Well, the thing is, I think you could literally create, whoever you want, and then enroll yourself into this adventure. And tell us about sort of how the adventure starts. What can we expect?
Well, you jump off. You're joining Constellation, which are the last kind of group of space explorers, like NASA meets Indiana Jones searching for these artifacts. But the story goes a lot of places. The game has a lot of surprises that we haven't talked about. I don't want to spoil them here, yes. But really, really happy with how the story turned out and where it goes.
Yeah, it's such an epic experience, and you and your team have done so much for this industry, and the fact that you guys have worked through COVID, building this and coming on the other end, we're so excited for everyone to get a chance to play it. So thank you for all you've done for our industry, Todd. Everyone, Todd Howard.
Thank you. Can't wait for you to play the game.
Thanks so much, Todd. Really appreciate it. All right, well, tonight is largely focused on announced games, but we do have a few surprises along the way. And next, it's time for the global reveal of the third installment in a franchise that is very familiar to Gamescom fans. Here we go. That's right, Little Nightmares 3. And joining me now are Coralie and Lucas from Bandai Namco to tell us more. Lucas, thank you so much. It's great to have you back here at Gamescom to announce another Little Nightmares.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, it's really great to be back. We're very excited to announce Little Nightmares 3 tonight. The franchise has a long history with the show. I mean, that's where we announced the first two games. So for us, it was definitely the best place, best show to reveal Little Nightmares 3 to the world.
Well, we appreciate you bringing us this news. It looks incredible. Coralie, I see we saw two characters in that reveal trailer. Can you tell us a bit more about them?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here to present you Little Nightmares 3. So yeah, as you have seen, we have two characters, but now you have two players as well, so you will be able to play both in single player or online co-op if you want, and face your childhood fears with a friend.
Now, I saw a lot of cool new places in the trailer. Can you tell us a bit about sort of the setting for these two characters?
Yeah, so our two new characters are Low and Alone. They are trapped in a place that we call the Spiral. It's a cluster of disturbing places, and they will have to work together, survive in a world full of dangerous threats and full of delusions. And they will also have to find a way out of the nowhere. So yeah, I can't wait to have you put your hands on the game in 2024.
Excellent. We don't have to wait too long. 2024. Lucas, I know that's not all because you're kind of expanding the Little Nightmares world with something more. Tell us a bit about that tonight.
Yes, we have one more surprise. So in addition to revealing Little Nightmares 3, I'm very excited to announce our first podcast series. It is called The Sounds of Nightmares, and it's an original story. It's composed of 6 episodes, and we are releasing the first 2 episodes tonight. So you can go on our website, thesoundsofnightmares.com, to check it out, and we hope that our fans are going to enjoy it.
Awesome. All right, well, we're very excited to learn more. Thank you, Lucas and Coralie.
Thank you, Jeff.
Little Nightmares 3. Next, it is rare when a new studio reveals footage that takes over the internet. That happened back in 2020 with the reveal of Black Myth Wukong from Game Science in China. Based on the classic 16th century Chinese novel Journey to the West, here is a brand new look at the gameplay of this incredible action RPG. What a great surprise. Age of Empires 4 Anniversary Edition, an award-winning game on PC, is now available on Xbox consoles today. That's right. All right, next up, we have something extremely special for you. We have one of the most iconic filmmakers of all time in the house. The director behind the legendary films such as 300, Man of Steel, and Army of the Dead. He's come all the way to Gamescom to talk about his new film, Rebel Moon, which is on Netflix December 22nd. Gamescom, please give a warm welcome to the one and only Zack Snyder. Too much. Oh, yeah. Zach, I know you had to come a bit of a ways to get here to Germany. Thanks for coming to Gamescom.
Thanks for having me out, Jeff, and thanks, Gamescom. How you guys doing? This is awesome. Wow, what a great crowd. It's insane.
Now, great to have you here. I know you've been a gamer for your whole life.
Yeah, I've been a gamer, and I love the idea of coming to Gamescom. It was like, that blew my mind, and so we were like, yeah, let's go check them out, and I thought I'd come over here, and this would be a great opportunity to talk about my new project, Rebel Moon. Maybe show you guys something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe the world premiere of the trailer, which is coming up in just a second.
Yeah, just moments away.
Okay, well, let's kind of roll it back, though, because I want to talk about this IP, Rebel Moon, and it's really a whole universe that you've created, and we're going to get into that in a minute. But what was the original inspiration for creating this new world?
Well, I was always a fan of, team-building movies, Dirty Dozen, Magnificent Seven, and also I was a huge fan of this adult illustrated fantasy magazine called Heavy Metal, and everything in there just blew my mind. And I really loved how intense it was and how crazy it was and the worlds that it introduced me to. And so I thought, this is a chance. And my awesome partners at Netflix were like, go do it. And so I got a chance to make this movie.
And you've got quite the cast in it. I know Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, Hopkins plays this robot, amazing robot. And it's an insane ensemble. And of course, Sofia Boutella is really the heart of the movie. And you'll see her just kicking ass through the entire film, so it's fun.
And what I love about, you'll see it in just seconds, awesome. But there's even more than just the films, and part of the reason we wanted to have you here at Gamescom is I know you're kind of expanding on the films with a whole universe of things that are going to be, narratively linked to what you're doing with the movies. Tell us a bit about what's in store.
Yeah, we're also super excited to reveal that we're making a video game for Rebel Moon, and the game we're developing with Super Evil Megacorp, and it'll expand the Rebel Moon universe. It takes place right after the events of the two movies, and it really is I've been talking with those guys and really interacting with them. The ideas they have and the way the game's going to expand the universe is just unbelievable, and I'm super excited about it. You'll be able to pick your rebel and then go on missions, and it's one and two players in a co-op, and it's crazy. But we're just starting to talk about a bunch of other crazy ideas inside the game, so it's really fun, and that's coming. So keep your eye out for more.
All right, well, we love it. The films, the game, and more. But let's roll it back to the movie, because we are going to get a first look now at this incredible film, part 1 and part 2, right?
Yep. So this little trailer we put together, a little tease of the universe. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I can't wait for you to check it out right now.
Let's check it out. The world premiere of the trailer for Rebel Moon. Zack Snyder, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Do you know the story of the Princess Issa? In myth, she was called the Redeemer. It was said this child would stop the madness of war. That that she was to usher in a new age of peace and compassion. I was given memories of a world I will never see. Loyalty to a king I cannot serve. And love for a child I could not save.
What do you think they want?
Everything.
I found her. Scargiver.
I am a child of war. I was taught that love is weakness. There is a difference between justice and revenge.
There is a price to pay for your defiance. Shh. One moment. I do love this part.
Hold on.
I don't want no trouble.
We're not here to bring any.
Are you ready?
You and I both know fear. Let's show them that we're not afraid. Let's show them we are more than the shackles that bind us.
A king is a man, and a man can fail. But a myth is indestructible.
The time has come for all that you love. Protect each other and show them no mercy.
Who among you is willing to die for what you believe?
That looks insane. I cannot wait to play that game. All right, well, now we're going to move on to something that is very long awaited because sometimes good things do come to those who wait. It's been a number of years since we last heard an update on Crimson Desert, the new open world action adventure from Pearl Abyss in South Korea. Well, that changes tonight because the team has prepared a very special gameplay update trailer to share with the world first here at Gamescom. Enjoy.
what's up, Gamescom? It's Ice-T. I've hooked up with my favorite game in the world, Payday, and I have my own special heist mission in Payday 3. And you know I know a lot about heists in real life, all right? It launches September 21st. Here's a world premiere first look.
Okay, so here's the deal. The components are kept in high-security cooling containers somewhere in the storage yard. The clock starts ticking as soon as the components are out in the open, so you need to haul ass to get them to the transport. Take too long, and they'll start to degrade and lose value. Now, do what you need to do to get ready. I'll see you on the other side.
كم مضى منذ رحيلك عن بغداد؟
أعوام لا أذكر مقدارها. كنت أعرف دائما أنني سأعود يوما ما.
لقد عاد للتو من قبل. كنا في المتجر ولذا
قضيت الكثير من طفولتي في هذه الشوارع. طالما كنت أستمتع بهذا المكان. كنا نتسلل إلى بيت الحكمة في صغرنا أنا وصديقتي نهال.
السلام عليكم.
ذكريات جميلة صارت كريهة الآن. قلبي يتألم لما حدث لهم. أنا ذا مستتر يتهيأ لإعادة النور إلى أحلك أركان المدينة. إني أبعد نصلي عن الأبرياء وليس عن تنظيم القدماء. هذا الأمر.
There you have it, Assassin's Creed Mirage, which marks a return to the Middle East for the series, offering an immersive an authentic experience featuring full Arabic voice acting, as you saw in that trailer. You can be transported to 9th century Baghdad when the game launches on October 5th. Big month in October for game releases. Now I would like to introduce you to our co-host tonight for ONL. Please welcome Jasmine. Hello, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me. And hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be with all the fans here at Gamescom this year, and I have the honor to be your guide for tonight for all those great things happening right here at Gamescom. And if you can't join us in Cologne this year, don't worry, you never have to miss any of the events this week. Just go to Gamescom now to discover what the world's gaming industry has in store for you. And if you're ready to vote for your favorite games, then visit now.gamescom.global and cast your vote for this year's Gamescom Awards. The awards will be celebrated this Friday at 3 p.m. If you want to join the adventure and win pretty cool prizes in this year's Gamescom Epics, then go to the Epics section of Gamescom Now to play the text adventure of the show. You can also enjoy all-day coverage and tune in to Gamescom Studios broadcasts by IGN on Twitch or YouTube. Just join the conversation by using the hashtag Gamescom 2023 online. Plus, there will be more announcements from the largest indie area in the world in the Gamescom Awesome Indie Studios show tomorrow at 8 p.m. And later this week, tune in to the Gamescom Studios broadcast and check out the Gamescom Cosplay Awards live from Cologne, Germany on Sunday at 3 p.m. I highly recommended this section. So check out Gamescom Now for all those fantastic features. Thank you so much, and back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jasmine. Well, now I'm joined by the one and only Harada-san, the creator of Tekken, and Michael, the producer of Tekken. You guys have come all this way from Japan to deliver something special to Gamescom.
Yeah.
What do we got, Harada?
そうですね、普段最近はずっとバトルシステムの話ばっかりしてるので、今日は皆さんのために、全く新しいモードの情報を持ってきました。
So up until now, we've been mostly showing off the battle mechanics and new gameplay, but today we have an all-new mode to show you today.
はい、ですね、鉄拳はもちろん今回も、三島サーガを描いた、鉄拳のキャラクターの壮大なストーリーモードはあるんですけども、それ以外にですね、もう特に欧米では、失われてしまったアーケード体験の、ストーリーが体験できる、プレイヤー中心のですね、ストーリーモードっていうのを、最新の AI ラーニングシステムを使って、すごい臨場感のある、ベテランからニューカマーまで楽しめるような、そういう新しいモードをちょっと今日はお見せしたいなと思います。
Of course, Tekken 8 will have the story mode covering the Mishima storyline and the arc that the players expect up until now. But this brand new mode is kind of the story that focuses on you as a player. And it covers the arcade scene, which is a classical atmosphere that people our generation actually got to experience firsthand, but maybe some of the newer gamers out there haven't. So this will cover that. As you progress through that storyline, you'll experience some all-new gameplay that actually has some AI kind of infused learning aspects to it. And it's really exciting, and we hope that you'll enjoy it.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at the brand new trailer for Tekken 8. Thanks, guys.
Going somewhere?
Yes! 戦闘開始する
決めたからHey, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo son?
失敗バジゲッソ
Es hora de entrar.
Observa.
Kadra Chuchi.
Heihachi Mishima is dead.
أريد معرفة الحقيقة.
Let's go.
Willst du im Sparring gegen mich antreten?
Yoshimitsu Kendo.
Eat this!
What's done is done.
귀찮아.
Forgive me.
¡Bajaste la guardia!
Get ready for the next battle!
There you have it, Tekken 8 coming in January 2024. All right, I'm now joined by Shelby Carlton and Dave Swenson from Sledgehammer because on November 10th, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 arrives, and today you guys are going to be the first audience in the world to see some raw, real gameplay from the campaign. Dave, Shelby, welcome to Gamescom. What can you tell us about Modern Warfare 3, Dave?
Well, first of all, Jeff, it is awesome to be here. Modern Warfare 3 this year is the complete package. We're shipping 16 multiplayer maps, all from the original Modern Warfare 2. These maps have been modernized with new gameplay and features. We also have open world zombies. This is our largest zombies, This is our largest zombies offering ever, and for the first time, it's set in the Modern Warfare universe. And of course, this year, we are bringing a huge innovation to the Call of Duty campaign.
Yes, let's talk a bit about the campaign, Shelby. Makarov, I know, is going to factor into this. See him over there. Tell us a bit about what is the storyline? What can we expect from the campaign?
Yeah, so for the first time for Call of Duty this year, we're doing a direct sequel. You know, Modern Warfare 2, they asked a lot of interesting questions in their story, and Sledgehammer Games is so excited to work with Infinity Ward on the campaign to answer some of those questions and to bring you Modern Warfare 3. And one of those answers, he's standing right behind you. Yeah. He is Makarov. He is our infamous antagonist. He is cold, he is calculated, and he is trying to bring the world to the brink of war, but not if Task Force 141 has anything to say about it. So we are just so excited to get this campaign into the players' hands.
All right, well, we are going to see a playthrough of a campaign level. But first, Dave, I want to talk about something new you're doing, open combat missions. What are those?
So Call of Duty is known for epic cinematic stories, as Shelby talked about. And this year in Modern Warfare 3, we're introducing a new innovation to the Call of Duty campaign that's going to allow players to interact with that story like never before. We call them open combat missions. Open combat missions are player-directed. They allow the audience to play the game the way they want to play it. So if you're like me and you like stealth, you can go in quiet, you can equip, suppress weapons, complete all the objectives without the enemies ever knowing you were there. But if you want to go in loud, you can strap on armor plates, you can go in, hit the enemy head on, and open combat missions will support it. You can leverage vehicles, you can leverage tacticals, lethals, you can even use your favorite kill streaks in campaign. Wow. Now, open combat missions are really important to our campaign story, and they're gonna work seamlessly with those epic cinematic missions that Call of Duty fans know and love. And tonight, we wanna show you an exclusive first look at one of these epic cinematic missions.
Okay, set it up for us, Shelby. What are we going to see? This is the start of the game almost, right?
Yeah, so this is a sneak peek of the very first level of Modern Warfare 3. This is called Operation 627.
All right, check it out. Here you go, Call of Duty at Gamescom first. Thanks, guys.
Alpha team clear. Heading to surface. All teams, eyes on target. Phase 1 complete. Charlie copies. We're set. Roger that. Moving to phase 2. Patrol boat 2 o'clock. Get under. Stay tight. Roger. No movement.
Hooks up. Good hook. Let's get up top.
All teams, Alpha's in. How copy?
Solid, relay when clear.
Moving to Mark DZ. Stand by.
Nods on. IR strobes on.
Hold.
Drop him.
DZ clear.
3-1, kill the lead. Alpha to Bravo 1, marking with IR, confirm visual.
Visual, Bravo inbound. All teams, Bravo's on deck, pushing up.
Alpha to Charlie, you set? Affirmative. All teams green to go in phase 2. Check.
Roger.
Moving interior. All clear.
Descending stairwell, south side.
Nods off. Be advised, they got a bird up.
Movement in the courtyard. Looks like a prisoner transfer.
Not our guy. On me. Hold up here. All teams, Alpha's in position.
Copy. Bravo set.
Charlie, good to go. Roger. Fire in the hole. Stand by.
3, 2, 1. Execute. They're taking the bait.
Light them up. Hatchway, on me, move. Pop the hatch.
Let's go! Stay close!
Bravo, Alpha's in the tunnels. What's your status?
Outside the control room, waiting on you.
Copy. At the gate, stand by.
All teams, let's roll thunder. Bravo, pull the plug.
Roger. Blackout in 3, 2, 1. Execute. All teams, Bravo's got the keys. Alpha, you have 1 mic before the lights are back online.
Copy, Bravo. Kick off the riot.
Roger. Opening blocks 1 through 4.
going to Bravo 1. Open 55C. Check. Clear.
Alpha moving on sub-level. Let's get our guy. Ready, breach? Breacher up.
You can stay tuned for more Modern Warfare 3 details and gameplay when Call of Duty Next, the premier showcase event for Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, Call of Duty Mobile, and Warzone takes place. We're announcing it tonight on October 5th, and jump in for yourself when the multiplayer beta kicks off on October 6th. We have so much more to share with you, but first, here's an update on Nightingale, the new shared world survival crafting game from Inflection. After a few years of waiting, it's finally time to find out the early access release date for Steam and Epic Store.
The Feywilds await, and so too Nightingale. Awaken your first portal and tread on towards that which is boundless, beyond the measurable. Sequestered, struck by woe and lacking supplies, the question becomes, wilt thou be a survivor? Regardless of which portal variety you favor, realm cards will be necessary. Fly. Let my words steer your steps.
The astral realm is Lilith's home. One way back is to restore the forbidden primal. She will utilize the power of the four primals and attempt to cast open the gates once more.
You can tell primal beasts were weapons created by astrals. Their powers are capable of untold destruction.
Primal beast. Is that what you call primeval gods?
I sense something, but I can't put a finger on what.
That doesn't look right from up here. Oh no!
Feels like overkill for a glorified treasure.
Something's blocking me. can't get through!
Oh, primeval god, I beg your forgiveness.
But fate set in motion can't be stopped.
Deliver us from grief and sacrifice. Fulfill my salvation.
The Hobbit!
We've been through a lot together. Visited new islands, met new people. But you've always been there to protect me. I just wanted to say thank you.
Hey everyone at Gamescom, Gina Torres here. I play General Kirkin in Immortals of Avium. She is Jack's mentor, she is tough, and she is conflicted about how to win this ever war. But that's all I can say. Let's take a look at the game. It's out today.
Jack. We're out of time.
Trying to be the best, but you can't come close to the power in my fists.
Everyone that can fight already is. And we're still losing.
I'm an all-time great. I'ma rise up to protect my own name. I'm an all-time great. Living legacy, everything self-made. The last immortal. Can't stop me. I'm an all-time great. I'ma rise up to protect my own name. I'm an all-time great.
Stitch him up.
That was Immortals of Avium, which is out today. And next up, we're going to step into the world of the Hoyoverse. And I am here with Jenyu Lee, the producer of Zenless Zone Zero. Jenyu, welcome to Gamescom. It's great to have you here. Thank you. Great. Yes, fantastic. It's a great honor to have you here. We've been very excited to hear more about ZZZ, the next game from the Hoyoverse, in the Hoyoverse. Can you tell us a little about what you brought to Gamescom for this ARPG?
非常荣幸今天来到 Gamescom 这个舞台，并且给大家带来了我们的作品《绝区零》，是一款都市幻想类的 ARPG 游戏。
I'm incredibly honored to be here tonight, and I've brought one of our newest products with me today, which is Zenless Zone Zero, an urban fantasy ARPG.
距离上次我们给大家分享动态已经有1年时间了。 我也知道大家非常着急，想知道我们新的一些研发进展如何，所以这次我们想借助这个舞台，给大家分享一下我们新的研发中的内容。
So I know it's been a while since we've given you an update on what we've been working on, and that's why I'm particularly happy to be here today to give you an update on the progress that we've made with this game.
接下来的 PV 会有我们新制作的战斗机制和我们新的都市交互系统，希望大家喜欢。
So we've brought a trailer with us, and it shows you some of the urban environment that we've been working on, and also some of the dynamics of the game. I hope you like it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Here you go. Brand new trailer for Zenless Zone Zero at Gamescom. This past April, Honkai Star Rail made its global debut, and the game has captivated players with its interstellar grand journey. And today we're excited to share a special look at its beloved characters and provide an update on its PlayStation 5 release.
The Luofu's reconstruction efforts are ready for inspection, General Fu Xuan. Thanks to the Skyfaring Commission, Starscape Haven is back to full capacity. Allowing Jin Yuan to serve as a military instructor was a wise decision. The troops' morale is sky high, and the Realm Keeping Commission has completed repairs in Exalting Sanctum. Harmony has returned to the Xianzhou. I don't remember Exalting Sanctum ever having one of these. What manner of evil transported us here? Great work, General! General 1, Demon 0. Please, 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 please! Plan B. General, do something! Excuse me, coming through!
It's an emergency, Master Diviner! Jin Yuan's not here, and the Cloud Knights haven't trained in days.
Looks like I'll have to help Jin Yuan get these slackers in order.
You have nowhere to run.
We got still more Hoyoverse for you. Genshin Impact is nearing its 3-year anniversary, and the game just released its 5th nation, Fontaine. Here's a look at the nation surrounded by water, plus the announcement of a brand new concert series coming, hopefully, to a city near you.
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. Bombs away!
Stefana!
Here comes the finale.
This October, Lords of the Fallen releases an RPG adventure where he plays a Dark Crusader who can access a parallel dimension, the Umbral. Here is a first look at the brand new story trailer for Lords of the Fallen.
I look upon you with pity, my lost child. For you have been deceived. They brand me evil, a tyrant, and yet I offer you something they will not. A choice. After all the time mankind have had to shape their own destiny. See what they have made of it. War, greed, hatred, suffering, chaos.
Remember, you look into the shadows, might be the shadows look back.
Looks amazing. October is going to be a very busy month for new releases. And yes, there will be full 4-player co-op gameplay in Sonic Superstars. But that is not all the Sonic news we have for you tonight at Opening Night Live, because we also have a special update for you on Sonic Frontiers.
Hello again. It's so amazing being here at Gamescom with all the game devs, publishers, and of course, the fans. Gamescom is the world's largest video game event. Just check out this footage from last year. There are so many opportunities to celebrate games and connect with your fellow friends. And earlier, I mentioned the Gamescom cosplay area, where you can see amazing game-inspired costume, just like these. Now I'm here with Mochi Dragon, Rainbow Raven, Zaza, and Saphira. Mochi Dragon, can you tell me how you choose a character to cosplay?
For me, there are 3 things required in order to decide on a cosplay. The first thing is, do I like the game or the media where it's coming from? The second one is, do I enjoy the character design? And the third one is, does it have a little challenge in the cosplay making progress, like sewing a corset like my princess has here, or imitating bone structure with foam?
And what makes cosplay at Gamescom unique for you?
For me, it's definitely being able to play all of these awesome games in cosplay at the booths of the developers, as well as talking to the producers of the indie games, like having first-hand conversations, and of course, the Cosplay Village.
Thank you so much for sharing your costumes with us, and I wish you a great and wonderful Gamescom. Thank you. Applause. Before I go, I would like to tell you about the Gamescom event arena. Friday through Sunday, there will be live shows from this stage right here in this hall. Check out creators, gaming events, and esports competitions live from Cologne, or tune in online. Join and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and be sure to use the Gamescom hashtag 2023. Thank you so much, and back to you, Jeff.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jasmine. It's great to have you here. All right, right now we've got a first look at The First Descendant, a next-generation action looter shooter from Nexon. The cross-play open beta is going to be held September 19th to 25th.
We must follow the will of the ancestors. Accept your calling, Descendant.
The Descendants are risking their lives for us, for Albion.
Rise, my warriors! Give your lives for Clipoff!
It's the Ironheart! This could wipe out all of the Vulgus, right? That's so cool!
Countless descendants have shed blood to protect the sanctity of this great place. Despite their efforts, humanity is still at risk of extinction. And you are the only chance we have.
There's a Grave Walker.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. How's Surface World?
Good. Everything's fine.
Great.
How are you?
Tired, but in a good way. Busy. Unitrench is still Unitrench.
I'm worried about you. I heard there was a storm coming.
I told you, I still need time.
Time to what, Stan? Because as far as I can see, you're just treading water.
We're upping the extraction rate. Maximum output.
I don't expect you to understand.
You're not the only one who's suffering. I need you with me here, now.
I will be. I promise.
You're right there, on the verge of something special. Of being first into great unknowns.
The emotion located so particular with me. Love, the question forgot to mention. We're about to set it off. We're about to set it off. About to set it off.
Joining me now are Troy Baker, Roger Clark, Julia Brown, the stars of Fort Solace, which is out today on PlayStation and PC. Guys, welcome to Gamescom. This is so fun. Tell us a bit about this project. What can you tell us
Oh
about?
my God, look at these people. You guys are insane.
Yeah!
We've been able to talk about this game for a while. I think the thing that I'm most excited about is for people to explore these characters. at the core of this experience is unraveling the mystery of Fort Solace, and you're going to do that by discovering these characters and learning about their stories, and that's, as actors, that's something that we just want to throw ourselves into.
And this is a game, I know Roger it's an independent game made by a pretty small team, right?
10 people, 2 years, 0 delays. We are very excited to share with you the world, Fort Solace today. It was a real joy to work on, and it's a joy to see what indie studios are capable of in this day and age. It's a real thrill.
And an amazing cast for an independent game. Juliet, this is, we know you from a lot of great, film, television work. This game thing, how did you get involved in this project?
Yeah, it's my first ever video game project, so I'm so excited. Thank you. And to get to work beside 2 of the best in the game world nonetheless. So I just said
me.
Watch these guys and learn.
And you guys did full-on, performance capture. We see a little tease of your character there, Juliet. What can you tell us about kind of what we're going to see in this launch trailer? Because it's an amazing narrative experience, right? This sort of, an independent game, but done on a big production value.
Yeah, let's go, Roger.
One of the best things about working with Troy, I remember coming in from lunch and we were doing the mocap, and I walked into the foyer and there I see Troy's butthole. The hole is butt made.
When I say we threw ourselves into this, we literally did. And there's a hole in the wall that was made by my butt.
Yes.
Which he signed.
And Julia, I know it's a little mysterious what your role is in this game, right? But we have to play to find out.
So I play Jessica Appleton, who's an engineer working on Fort Solace alongside Jack Leary. And they're going to have a night that they will never forget.
Ooh, okay.
It's a thrilling ride.
Well, let's get a little tease of this. As I said, it's out today. Here is the launch trailer for Fort Solace. Thanks so much, guys.
Our pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Jack Leary, senior engineer en route to Fort Solace, in the Planum Quadrant, responding to an alarm. Suspected power failure, await further information.
Recording submitted.
Is there no sign of security?
No.
I think there may have been an incident here.
What the hell is going on, Jack? You need to leave and let Central handle it.
All right, next, it's time for the announcement about a new game from Focus Entertainment and Saber, the continuation of the ultimate off-road experience.
Behind all great discoveries lies a journey. One of anticipation and adaptation. Of struggle, of hope. Each step matters. For every obstacle, there's a solution. For every task, a tool. For every destination, an expedition.
All right, our next stop, the Crew Motorfest, a vibrant open world welcomes you to the ultimate festival for car lovers, Motorfest. Here is the brand new trailer. The Crew Motorfest comes out September 14th, and the brand new Lamborghini Revuelto is on the cover and playable. And we have a special O&L announcement for everyone watching. Between September 14th and 17th, a free trial will be available of the game, offering 5 hours of gameplay on all platforms for the Crew Motorfest. All right, moving on with CD Projekt Red gearing up for the release of the spy thriller expansion to Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty on September 26th. The studio is ready to share a new look at the wide range of overhauled mechanics coming to the game, and as you're about to see, a lot has changed. Let's check this out.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
My favorite merc. Welcome to Dogtown. There's a job. Coordinates provided. You know what to do.
Get your ammo, assault rifles, tactical gear.
Hands, thinking of buying some iron.
The logical choice.
Damn, green view. Home stretch. Getting a Ripper to overclock your chrome before the fight? Not a bad idea. Okay, I'm ready. Get this show on the road. Job done.
Premium work, V. I'm closing the gig and sending you a little bonus. Something that will spirit you home safely. Someone dispatched a hunter. Good luck.
Fuck incoming! Fire till she drops!
Got a netrunner sitch here! Need backup right now!
All nearby units, we got a situation in Watson. Roger, dispatch. We're on our way.
NC police, for fuck's sake.
Your actions are illegal.
Let me put it this way. No gun, no fun. Max tech. Time to tilt out.
Fuck, that was close.
Bravo, V. I only hope this won't mark the end of our collaboration. You will hear from me soon. This I guarantee you.
It's so close, and here to talk a little more about what we've just seen is Yulia Primok, gameplay designer from CD Projekt Red. Yulia, welcome to Gamescom.
Hey, I'm excited to be here today.
Well, we're excited to get in depth about what we just saw because there are a lot of upgrades coming. We just saw a lot of upgrades and changes that are coming to Phantom Liberty. Where do we even start?
So basically, we've prepared a major overhaul of the gameplay experience. So for example, with our absolutely redesigned perks system, we prepared many cool play styles and many cool abilities to try out. For example, deflecting bullets with your katana, or just robbing your enemy and throwing that enemy around. And on top of that all, we also prepared a new relic tree that will allow for to empower your cyberware even further.
Wow. It seems like players, can even further customize their playstyle to suit their taste. We also saw in that video a lot about vehicles and how vehicular combat is even being upgraded, right?
Exactly right. So vehicle combat is a massive addition. Players will be able to shoot their guns while driving. They will be able to use mounted weapons like and rockets. And on top of that all, they also will be able to take remotely control over vehicles to, for example, crush them or into like some group of enemies.
Wow.
And, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
One more thing is that car chases are gonna be a new, renewed experience with the revamped police system.
Okay. Well, it seems like you're upgrading, you said, across the board with a bunch of different things, and thank you so much for coming out to tell us about it. Like the trailer showed, I know you have something else to announce, though, that wasn't in the trailer, right?
Exactly right. So I'm really happy to announce that a lot of what we've just seen in the trailer will also be coming to Cyberpunk base game for free for current-gen consoles and PC.
Okay. 2.0 update.
Exactly.
All right, well, I cannot wait to check it out next month. Thank you so much, Yulia, for joining us here at Gamescom. Yulia. All right, tonight we've also got an update on the science fantasy strategy game Stormgate and a first look at one of the factions, the Infernal Hosts.
Stormgate is a spiritual successor to classic real-time strategy games like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. Stormgate will feature highly asymmetric armies fighting for control of Earth's future. Today we have an early look at our second faction, the Infernal Host. Infernals live and die by the code of victory at any cost. They have a powerful advantage, Shroud, fields of dark magic that strengthen their armies. The lowliest Infernal units are the Worker Imps. You might think they're cute, but don't get too close. Between these powerful lumbering brutes and the fiends that they unleash, Infernals will sacrifice everything, including themselves, to emerge victorious. On the music front, the Chainsmokers are advising us on our soundtrack. We're working with composers like Frank Klepacki of Command & Conquer. We'll share more later this year, including some of the friends we brought in to lend their voices to our co-op campaign.
All must serve.
Gamescom always strives to help our environment, and all of you can help make a change with a donation to the Gamescom Forest. Now to present Gamescom Green Studio of the Year, please join me in welcoming Lisa Pack from Playing for the Planet. Lisa?
Every time I come to Gamescom, I am amazed by the scale of this event and impressed with how each year the team continues to make steps to make it more sustainable. This is being done through the Gamescom Goes Green initiative, as well as by partnering with us at Playing for the Planet. Through Playing for the Planet, the United Nations has been working with the games industry to inspire millions of players around the world to learn more about the environment and to take actions that benefit the planet. Whether you are a gamer, a head of a AAA studio, or an indie developer, all of us can and should play a part. What matters most is that you start somewhere and collaborate, because time is of the essence. And if we don't start now, then when? For those of you who play games, many of you are already raising the bar by asking game makers to step up and act on values that are important to you. Keep on asking, whether it's for more green content or greater energy efficiency, because your voice counts. For this year's Green Studio of the Year award, we have been looking for bold, system-changing, innovative, and creative ways to tackle the climate crisis, and all nominees this year have done an amazing job. The way we win on climate change is to stop emissions from happening in the first place, and that is exactly what this year's award winner is actively trying to do. The nominees for the Green Studio of the Year, based on companies that have submitted applications, are Frontier, Ubisoft, and Xbox. And this year's winner is Xbox. And here to accept the award is Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox.
I'm accepting this award on behalf of an incredibly talented team at Xbox that has worked very hard to put tools in the hands of developers to allow them to see the impact of their code on the energy draw of the consoles. We do this so that we can all play while we continue to make the world a more sustainable place. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations to Phil and Xbox. Great to have that award in the show. I'm now here with Judd Cobbler, the founder and CEO of 11th Hour Games. Judd, this is a big moment for you guys. ARPGs have had an incredible year, but you're an independent studio that has been building this game for a number of years, and we're excited to tell your story. So tell us a bit about The Last Epoch.
Absolutely. So Jeff, thanks so much for having me. First off, before Last Epoch, I was not in the games industry. I was just a die-hard action RPG player that dreamt of creating a community-made action RPG. And with the help of our community and Kickstarter, we've been able to make that happen. And so in Last Epoch, every single skill in the game has its own transformative skill tree. We have 119 skills in the game so far, and we're adding more every single patch. We also have an awesome deterministic skill system, deep and interesting loot, and multiple in-game systems for endless playability. And Jeff, tonight we're excited to announce our newest class, the Rune Master. Ooh. The Rune Master has a unique mechanic where he's able to invoke any of 40 different abilities with a single button press, making it super exciting and fun to experiment and find your perfect play style. And the Rune Master is going to be joining us September 7th and will be available to play here all week at Gamescom.
Amazing. Well, this is such a great story of this game. I encourage you to check it out. And right now, we've got a first look at the Rune Master. Thanks, Judd. Appreciate it.
5 years ago, Last Epoch was a community dream. What if we, the players, could band together to make the next great ARPG? What would that game look like? Lots of character classes to choose from. Every single skill would have its own build-defining skill tree. Reaching in-game would be just the beginning, and it would be updated for years so we could play forever.
Last Epoch makes crafting and finding items super rewarding.
Again, it's genius. I think this is the most innovation we've seen in a trade system in an ARPG in at least a decade.
A really cool game. Speaking of cool games, please welcome the winner of Best Mobile Game last year at the Game Awards, Ben Brode from Marvel Snap. Hello, Ben.
Oh,
it's
whoa,
you.
Whoa. I know we won Mobile Game of the Year.
You did, yeah.
But we just finished rebuilding the entire game to run natively on PC.
Okay.
It looks insane. And I'm here to tell you that literally just 5 minutes ago, we launched the game on Steam.
Okay, it's on Steam, rebuilt.
Now.
Yes. That's fantastic. Now, I know anyone actually watching the show on Twitch, if you watch more than 30 minutes of ONL tonight, there's a special Twitch drop, a Spider-Man variant for Marvel Snap. And right now, we've got an exclusive cinematic to show you from Snap. Check it out. Thanks, Ben.
Ready to get out there?
Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through.
We have a lot to talk about.
Already it's a classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic.
Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
You ready to climb the wall?
A call response from the generator.
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Watch out.
Let's see how far they can fly on borrowed wings.
Memories form like scars. Cut deep enough. And they'll never fade. Or be forgiven. I ran, I begged, I stole, but I survived.
Assassin, bigger than you imagine. Better call in your faction. Ready for the curtain call, last camera action. Ready for the curtain call, last camera action.
It doesn't matter who tries to stop me. I'll cut my own path through. I'll fight until I stand in the land of salvation. War Haven.
That was War Haven, and the Melee multiplayer PvP game will hit Steam Early Access on September 21st. Next, I am so excited to welcome to Gamescom the creator of Mortal Kombat, who's come all the way to Gamescom to unleash even more news on MK1, which ships in just a month. Please join me in welcoming to O&L, Ed Boon. Hello, Ed.
Hey, Jeff.
Fancy seeing you here. Well, we had a lot of fun with you at Summer Game Fest revealing the first gameplay of MK, and I gotta say, every trailer you drop just gets crazier and crazier. So what did you bring to Gamescom?
We brought another, probably our craziest trailer of all. You know, since we introduced the gameplay at Summer Game Fest, we couldn't believe the reaction people having to the game, and they've actually gotten their hands on the game, which has become even more exciting. I can't believe the crazy stuff people have come up with, combining the main characters and the cameo characters. It's been a riot. But this trailer we have here should give you an even better idea of just how insane things get with this game.
There are some reveals in it. I gotta say, this is such a great asset. You guys are gonna enjoy it. Here it is, Mortal Kombat 1, the brand new trailer.
Outworld can be both alien and intoxicating to Earthrealmers, while our realms are at peace. There are Outworlders who would prefer us to be at war. General Shao.
Victor of the Tavarian War. Conqueror of the Quatan Plains. All of Outworld is grateful for his service. You would consign us to endless war.
Better that than be Liu Kang's lapdog.
Did not your illustrious father teach you that war is the last resort? Do not forget that, General. We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy, to continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang.
Empress Sindel.
Let us meet your champion.
Earthrealm's champion is Raiden, Your Majesty.
Is it me? Or is Earthrealm's champion scrawnier than usual?
He has earned his place by embodying the very best qualities of Earthrealm's people.
I am ready, Your Majesty. Whom shall I face?
We will destroy your champion, Liu Kang. He will taste no victory.
Your queen.
Looks insane. All right, time for a tonal shift. Era History Untold is making its first event appearance this week at Gamescom. This turn-based grand strategy game is about building and leading a nation throughout alternative history. Here is a first look at the gameplay.
Let's go back to the beginning. There, the world untouched. No thrones ascended. No history yet written. Just people waiting to be led somewhere extraordinary by you. Will you be wise? Will you inspire? Or will you conquer? However you choose to change the world, one thing is certain: history will never be the same.
Blizzard has had a long history here at Gamescom, and in its latest game, Diablo 4, it arrived in June and will be supported for years to come with seasonal content. Their first season of The Malignant is now underway, but in a bit of a surprise, we're now about to share with you the first news on the next season coming this fall.
It started small. Nameless people that no one would miss. Dead, discarded, their throats torn open. The church ignored the killings, even as fear mounted like the bodies. The desperate and the brave fought to end the corruption, but they were too late. It changed them, killed them, brought them back, hungry. I have fought this plague a long time. We need something different. A survivor with all of their strengths and none of our weaknesses. Someone unexpected. And they'll never see you coming. Track them. Hunt them. Kill them. In the realm of darkness, we are the beacon of light. Let our stakes pierce through the hearts of the damned. But tonight, we hunt.
Gamescom, please welcome actress and producer Gemma Chan, who is voicing the role of vampire hunter Eris in the Season of the Blood, and the general manager of the Diablo franchise at Blizzard, Rod Ferguson. Welcome to Gamescom.
Hi, everyone.
Gemma, this is so exciting to have you here. Welcome to the video game world. I know this is your first video game, right?
It is. Thank you for having me. It is my first video game. I have always appreciated the power of storytelling in all its different forms. And in some ways, video games are very much like interactive cinema now. So I was so excited to play this character. And yeah, thank you for inviting me into the world of Sanctuary.
You did an excellent job. I can't wait for people to hear you.
Yeah, this is exciting. You know, season 2, which will be coming, as you said, in October. What can you tell us about the character that you're playing, Eris?
So Eris is a seasoned vampire hunter. She is going to be your badass warrior companion as you fight your way through the perils of Sanctuary. She's complex. She's seen quite a bit of horror in her lifetime. So initially she comes across as a little bit cold and jaded. But in a fight, she will definitely have your back.
Good to know. Rod, tell us a bit about what we can expect from this new Diablo season in October.
Well, Jeff, you know, Diablo is about creating that ultimate power fantasy. And obviously, a lot of people have been doing it. We have over 12 million players and 1.3 billion hours played so far. And I just want to take a second to say thank you. We're so appreciative of their enthusiasm and all the player feedback. It's going to help us make great seasons for years to come. Now, for our free second season, Season of Blood, you get to join Eris as a vampire hunter, but not just any normal vampire hunter. You're going to get cool vampiric powers and become kind of a daywalker, a vampire that hunts vampires and ultimately tracks down and faces off with the big bad vampire lord. Now, that's Season 2, and that's October, so we still have lots of time to jump into Season 1, the Season of Malignant. So, you know, seasons are a great time to start with Diablo because we all begin at the same place. So come join us in Diablo.
Amazing. All right, well, thank you both for making the trek here to Gamescom in Germany, and we can't wait to meet more Eris and hear more in October. Fantastic. Gemma, Rod, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and now it's time for another world premiere. This one is a European-made game about hope, love, friendship, and robots.
In a world divided by disinformation, where danger lurks around every turn, a motley crew of misfits embark on a fateful road trip to discover their true path.
Please tell me you're done.
Oh, we're just getting started, dude.
What is this music?
I believe the kids call it K-pop music.
Just K-pop.
Turn it down.
Leave my music alone. Shut the hell up.
Words have power. They can give you strength. Ready for this?
Stand still.
Words can bring people together and tear them apart. But if words hold so much power, he has no respect for you.
She's right.
The question is, what do you have to say?
I think we can all agree that my trailer voice was better than yours.
Meeting the Lord Mayor today. They need what we're selling. Get going!
That's a really fun indie game. Thank goodness you're here. And now to completely shift the tone again, I'm here with Sam Lake, who's going to take us to a very dark place with Alan Wake 2. Sam, welcome to Gamescom. This game is coming out in October, and we've had so much fun. We announced this a few years ago at the Game Awards and at Summer Game Fest. We met Saga Anderson and heard a little bit of her side of the story, but everyone's been asking me, and I'm certainly expect you, what about Alan's story? What can you tell us about what it's like to play as him? Tonight, I think it's finally time to answer that question.
Thank you for having us here, Jeff. Yes, finally, it's time to show our title character, Alan Wake, and his struggle to escape the nightmare dimension of the dark place, where he's been for the last 13 years, ever since the first Alan Wake game.
It's a long time. We've been waiting a long time to play another one. We're going to see some footage here, and I know you're actually using live action as well in it, right? And it's going to be kind of really blended together in a cool way.
Yeah, the dark place is a dream reality, and it keeps drawing from Alan's mind, his thoughts, his fears, his writing, and he comes from New York City. And for years he has written crime fiction set in New York City. So now the dark place takes the shape of a nightmare in New York City. And we have used different mediums in our experience, in our games for storytelling, live action for sure. This time around, we've integrated live action seamlessly into the experience to show the dreamlike nature of the dark place.
This game, I cannot wait. We don't have to wait too long. It's coming in October, but let's take a look now at the brand new trailer for Alan Wake 2. Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here we go.
In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we're all ripped to pieces along the way.
No! Welcome! We have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake, one of my all-time favorite writers, and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he has written.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember it's... You're the killer, the cult leader.
No! You've got the wrong band! It's my fault! It got out!
Wake has a double. Where is he now?
I don't want to be in the story, just write me out of the story.
That looks absolutely amazing, and that's going to do it for Opening Night Live. We have so many amazing games coming this fall. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight, watching online. Jasmine, thank you for co-hosting. And I got to say, we got a lot of great games coming up in the next few months, so I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom and get ready for what's going to be quite a debate about Game of the Year. And speaking of the Game of the Year, I'm happy to announce tonight that the Game Awards will be returning live this December, and we've got a date for you. Thursday, December 7th, the show will be streaming live everywhere. It is our 10th show, which I can't believe. We've been doing it for 10 years. We'll be live at the Peacock Theater in LA on Thursday, December 7th, and I hope to see you then. It's going to be a very, very special show. Thanks again for watching Gamescom Opening Night Live. We'll see you again next year. Good night, everybody.
But just a PSA that the party is just getting started, baby. Now, right now, joining me to discuss Opening Night Live are my colleagues Kat Bailey, Jada Griffin, and our esteemed guest, Paris Lilly. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Amazing.
Yes. Okay, now let's just get right into the biggest reveal, starting with the new gameplay trailer for Black Myth Wukong. Like, first revealed back in 2020 by Chinese developer Game Science. What are our thoughts on this, Kat? Let me start with you.
I think that it is one of the most impressive looking games of the show. I mean, obviously we have everybody and their mother trying to ape the success of Elden Ring and Dark Souls, but this looks like one of the most impressive action games on display. And of course, Journey to the West is a iconic story, basically on the level of a Lord of the Rings type story. So seeing that in this sort of context is really cool. And let's be honest, we've had plenty of claymores and buster swords and stuff. Let's have a cool staff with a monkey. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to this. When we first saw this way back when in 2020, I know it just blew everyone away. Paris, what were your thoughts when you first saw this and now seeing this new trailer?
I mean, the first time I saw it, it blew me away.
Yeah.
And to see it here again at Gamescom, yeah, I mean, this is going to be right up my alley. I mean, to kind of echo what Kat is saying, everyone's going to try and copy the king, right? With Elden Ring. And I think this is doing it in a very unique way that really has piqued my interest.
Yeah, it's one thing to kind of set that standard, but I think, and you can expound upon it, and I think they're doing a great job. Jada, what are your thoughts?
You know me, I'm a big Souls fan. You know, I love me some Sekiro, I love me some Elden Ring, I love me some Dark Souls. This looks to have a lot of those great elements. It's very fast, it's fluid, it's being developed on Unreal Engine 5, so it's gonna look gorgeous, as we can already obviously see with this. I really hope we get to, you know, dive into some of the Monkey King kind of powers and like real trickery and stuff like that. I really wanna see those type of elements. The combat looks fantastic. I want to see what's beneath the surface, though, and that's the big thing for me. I need to see what beyond the surface.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're definitely sold on this. We just need to kind of just peel back the orange peels or the layers of the orange peel. There's only one layer on an orange. Anyways, we did see a lot. So let's jump on to the next one, which is Crimson Desert. We also saw Crimson Desert, brand new open world action adventure announced back in 2020 at the Game Awards. And it looks even more gorgeous than it did back then. Like, I feel like the longer we were looking at that trailer, the more I realized just how massive and ambitious this game is. Paris, what was your takeaway from what we saw?
You know, I jokingly put in my notes as we were watching that, I was calling this Tears of the Kingdom 3 with the way that it ended with him diving down. But no, it looked fantastic. It looked really good. I love the open world aspect of it. I think there's going to be a lot to do in that game. And, you know, for this type of genre, that's exactly what you want. So, looks good.
Yeah, Jada, what was your takeaway from that? We saw a lot.
There was a lot of stuff in there. We got to pet dogs. Yeah. We got to carry cats. There was a lot of explosives going on. So, I mean, that's three things that I need in every game. And I'll enjoy it. Like, that's a 10 out of 10 thing for Jada. It's like, if I can pet the dogs, carry the cats, blow things up, yes, please.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure in Crimson Desert, I also saw, wasn't there someone with a flute? And there was like, was it ducks or mice? Following.
I don't remember what was following, but yeah, there was definitely some
little creatures that were following the character.
Playing a piper.
Yeah. Kat, what do you think of this?
I think it looks fantastic. I mean, obviously, medieval action games in which you're exploring the world, a dime a dozen, but it seems like there are so many different mechanics happening here. You're toppling structures, you've got bow and arrow fighting, fishing, hijacking carriages, petting dogs. We've been talking about the comparisons to Breath of the Wild, but GTA on horseback? Yeah. I mean, that's what I think. And look at those vistas. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's really, really impressive. Pearl Abyss is first in class in graphics. They tend to be kind of underrated in some ways. I think Dokei V, another game that they've been working on, is another similarly gorgeous looking game. Black Desert Online has traditionally been looking terrific. So I'm intrigued. The only thing is that not the biggest fan of like their online actual gameplay.
Yeah.
So let's see how this translates into Crimson Desert.
Yeah. So this. Well, it's funny that y'all were thinking almost immediately Breath of the Wild. I don't know, when I saw the character jump off that cliff, Fortnite popped into my head. Is that?
A little bit.
Can I say that? Can I say that? Is that? Or are people gonna like roast me in the chat? Probably. They're gonna roast me. Now, Crimson Desert is not yet a known quantity, but let's talk about something that is a known quantity, and that's Cyberpunk 2077. We definitely should touch upon it, because I know, Paris, you have very strong feelings on this game. Let's talk about Phantom Liberty. the expansion. Paris?
So what we just got to see really excites me because look, we already knew about Idris Elba was going to be it. Keanu Reeves is coming back. They're adding Dogtown, the new area. All that's great, but they're completely overhauling Cyberpunk 2077. And the thing that came out of this reveal is, new skill tree is going to come out. We're getting vehicle combat, all these things that are happening in the game. But most importantly, with that 1.7 update, it's all coming to the base game. So you don't have to buy Phantom Liberty to take advantage of a lot of these new features and skills that are going to be in Cyberpunk 2077. Not to mention, if you do get the expansion, you do get Idris Elba, you do get Dogtown. You're getting all this new extra content that's coming to the game. And I feel like this is kind of that true vision that CD Projekt Red wanted when they first revealed this back in 2018. I think we're finally getting to that point with Phantom Liberty and all these updates that they're doing, on a system level. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean, we got like relic skill tree, new vehicles, vehicle combat, revamped police, and like you said, it's so some of the features will also be added to the base game in a free 2.0 update, which I think is phenomenal. Again, very known quantity. Let's move on to our next one. There was so much revealed. This was so packed, and I want to make sure we have enough time to get to each and every one of it. We also got a new story trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. My man Raiden was looking kind of young and fresh. That game is coming September 19th. Kat, I'm going to start with you. I know you love gore.
It's my favorite thing.
Yes, I know you love gore.
Those
You want more gore. Yeah.
Amazing.
What did you think of the story trailer that we saw?
The thing that I find interesting about Mortal Kombat is that you can sort of say the single-player storytelling is back in fighting games after more or less being gone for a long time, and Street Fighter and Tekken have their own takes, but Mortal Kombat's the king. They're the OG of amazing lore and storytelling. They're fully animated cutscenes. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we got to see that at length during this trailer, and it really serves to set Mortal Kombat apart, I think, in this one. We got to see a lot of new characters. We got to see Empress Sindel, who she looks like a queen, my queen right here, beating the crap out of everybody. The thing that I'm not the biggest Mortal Kombat fan, I'm more of a Street Fighter, sorry, but I think that the thing that stands out to me about Mortal Kombat 1, I've said this before, is that I love how colorful it looks in this one. I'm actually a fan of the cameo system. It's a fun way to kind of mix up the dynamics. As we know, like Liu Kang basically rebooted the galaxy, and I have to say I love Liu Kang's design aesthetic. Keep it up, Liu Kang. Yeah.
Now I got to say I love the cameo effect as well. I love that or that mechanic, but I loved it when Marvel vs. Capcom 2 did it. First.
I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom, it's always been more of like assist and tag-ins. This is kind of like, it's the same thing but different. Mortal Kombat is doing their own spin on it. I love the fact that this new cameo system is allowing us to bring Motaro back in there. Love me some Centaur people. It's great to, you just don't see enough Centaurs. You're gonna love Mortal Kombat 1. But no, we saw Shao Kahn, as you saw, we saw Sindel. Everything about this trailer is just really getting me more hyped as we get closer and closer to its release date. Yeah. They've been showing off so many trailers, and I just wonder how much more left are we going to get to see before it comes out?
Yeah, a lot stuck out for me too, but I got to ask you, Paris, outside of the blood and gore, what stood out to you the most in this new trailer?
What stood out to me the most is I'm going to get destroyed when I play this game when it comes out in September. That's what stood out to me the most. No, it's looking good. I mean, like you said, we've had multiple trailers of it now. We've seen different looks of it. You just culminate it all together. This is going to be such a phenomenal, just new vision update to what the Mortal Kombat series has been. It's almost like you're taking, I don't know, I'm bad on math, the 25 plus years of Mortal Kombat, and this is the culmination of that. All of it looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, now let's move along. Again, like I said, there was a lot revealed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was revealed. The release date is November 10th. We got 6 modernized multiplayer maps, open world zombies. That stood out to me the most. When I heard that, I was like, an open world zombie mechanic? I mean, like, I love The Walking Dead, so if I get to, shoot some zombies in an open world, I'm excited. Kat, what do you think about this?
Well, it's not that dissimilar from earlier modes, but I mean, it does stand out in the sense that it is the first time that zombies has been part of this particular setting. Obviously, very, very popular mode that goes back a long, long way in the history of the series. The funny thing about Modern Warfare 3 is that so much of this leaked ahead of time, and there's a lot of question marks around it. A lot of people are saying, is this just fancy DLC? It's being billed as a direct continuation of Modern Warfare 2. There was a lot of talk about how it was originally just going to be an expansion that got blown up into a full game. In some ways, it's a return to form for the game because it rolls back a lot of the big changes that people did not like from Modern Warfare 2. And it plays a lot on the nostalgia. In earlier trailers, we saw, for example, references to, say, no Russia and everything. At this point, Call of Duty is its own big nostalgia property. I'm curious to see how they do the more open-ended single-player mission design because, as we know, Call of Duty campaigns are Call of Duty campaigns. We got a taste of that in this trailer. It looks like Call of Duty, what can I say? But I'm actually more optimistic about Modern Warfare 3 than a lot of the fans who have been kind of in the tank with it for a long time and are like, I don't know, more Call of Duty. So we'll see.
Pierce, what's your takeaway?
Very similar to Kat, this trailer made me more optimistic about the campaign, and to take it a step further with the openness of the campaign. We didn't get to see a lot of it here, but it makes me wonder, are they starting to kind of just make the campaign more of a sandbox to where we do have that creative freedom to do whatever we want, from the weapons that we're picking, the vehicles that we're using, the different approaches that we can take to, get to whatever the objective may be. I think if they can pull this off, I mean, it really opens up Call of Duty for the future for the campaign side, because I think myself, and I know a lot of other people included, like, okay, let me go play the campaign, get it out of the way, jump into the multiplayer. This could reinvigorate the campaign and really get us more invested into that story. And just like I said, the sandbox.
There's a lot of complaints about Call of Duty about it not doing enough new things from year to year. And so this is a great first step by adding this to the Call of Duty franchise and the formula. And plus, being able to carry stuff over from Modern Warfare 2 into Modern Warfare 3 is a nice little, like, hey, give us a chance. So I think it's smart. I think the developers are doing a good job with this one so far.
All right, now to kind of transition to something a little bit lighter, I got to talk about Sonic Superstars. I have to mention Sonic Superstars coming October 17th. It's a new 2D adventure from my blue boy. And we also got an announcement for the Final Horizon coming to Sonic Frontiers, which will have a new story for fans to experience, new playable character, and new challenges as well. Now let's shift back to the dark side, shall we? Alan Wake 2, coming out October 27th. Now we got a new trailer that focuses on Alan. And there were elements, there were like there were the real world elements, like kind of like interspersed with like the gameplay. What did we think of this?
It's, Alan Wake has always been this series of very much of blending the normal with the non-normal, the strange, the weird. Remedy really, got to dig in real deeper with Control when it came out, and we got the Alan Wake DLC that covered that, kind of like gave a little bit of both. And so like I'm really interested to see what lessons they took from Control and are putting in Alan Wake 2. I'm really glad we finally got to see Alan Wake himself, and it's great. I'm very excited to play as the new character as well. Her name escapes me right now, but I'm very excited to see where this is going. This looks to be the most cinematic experience we've ever gotten from the Alan Wake franchise. So I'm all in on this one. I don't know if it's going to be like a day one buy because this year is stacked, but it's definitely up on my list.
Yeah, Paris, how about you? What was your...
It's funny, like you mentioned the lessons learned from Control. My thought with the live action was there's some lessons learned from Quantum Break as well.
Too.
So it's funny when I think about Remedy over the past decade or so, they've kind of been building this Alan Wake universe with Quantum Break, with Control, and obviously the American Nightmare. Now here we get Alan Wake 2. I keep saying it looks great, but it looks great because
it does.
Remedy has really built a reputation over the past few years, especially since Control with their game. So I'm definitely in day one.
Now I'm excited for this one. We're running short on time. I have to mention this. Zack Snyder was there, of course. Promoting Rebel Moon. We also got I think it's a pretty decent size announcement. There's going to be a video game based on the movie Rebel Moon. We have Super Evil Megacorp working on that, which they've worked on a few games, a few roguelike games. One based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles called, was it Splinter?
Splinter Destinies?
Destiny?
Something like that.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious what that'll look like, honestly. And one thing that we got, which I wasn't gonna give any clout, but I'm gonna mention it. Someone ran up on the stage. That wasn't really a reveal, but it was something that took place. We're not gonna dwell on that. But yeah, we're gonna be here, for a few more hours talking about this. There's so much more going on at Gamescom. It can be hard to keep track, but Gamescom now has you covered. Now you can explore and discover what the world's gaming industry has to offer and cast your vote for this year's Gamescom Award. Now, it's also where you can take part in Gamescom Epics, the text adventure game of the show. Now, join the fun and you can win some cool prizes. Now, head to now.gamescom.global for more, and make sure you don't miss the Gamescom Award show this Friday or the annual cosplay contest and awards on Sunday. Now, also, don't forget, IGN will be here covering the show each and every day live on YouTube and Twitch. All right. Now, we need to take a quick break, but we've got tons more games to talk about in our countdown to day one. That's right, just day one of Gamescom Studio. Now, later on in the show, we have an extended trailer for Lords of the Fallen and an exclusive never-before-seen Hellboy trailer. Now, up next, we're talking to the developers of Tekken 8, and we have a great show coming up. But right now, we're going to take a quick break.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush you? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMC? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Hello and welcome back to Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live on IGN. Now, we just watched Jeff Keighley's Gamescom kickoff showcase of big and exciting video games, and since we might want a little more, we're going to check in on one of the biggest games of 2024, Tekken 8. Now, we sat down with the people behind Tekken 8 and got them to tell us about some of the biggest new changes to the game. Take a look.
Since 1994, the Tekken franchise has given the fighting game community some of the most memorable characters and iconic moments in the history of the genre. And nearly 30 years later, it's back with a brand new entry, Tekken 8. Here to break it all down for us is Katsuhiro Harada and Michael Murray. Hey, what's up? So I'm going to jump right in, and I feel like the last time that we talked, it was at San Diego Comic-Con, so not that long ago, but we did have a very interesting closed network test come up. So I do want to ask, what did you learn from the closed network tests?
Obviously, going into the closed network test, first it's closed, right? So the number of people who could participate was limited. We were foreseeing some problems that we wanted to actually test out in this environment. And we did encounter those problems. But on the flip side, we were kind of surprised that the feedback was better than we expected regarding the player's experience on online connection. That they actually felt that the game felt pretty good over, pretty substantial distances, I guess you could say. But the one thing that did stand out was the Wi-Fi connection. There was a great disparity between the LAN cable players and also the people on Wi-Fi. So we're hoping that we can maybe fine-tune the experience a little bit more for Wi-Fi players.
Awesome. So I have to ask, because you announced that there are 32 characters in game. So what was that like, bringing 32 individual characters to life in Tekken 8?
It was a huge task in itself, bringing 32 characters to the game. If you look at other fighting games on the market, the number tends to be around 15 to 20 some. So 32 is quite a large number. And also, it's not just about being a fighting game and being able to play your character against opponents. Tekken also kind of has that element of being a character game, where not just about the core fighting mechanics, but people want to see their character and see how they're portrayed in the story and how that plays out in the newest installment. So doing that for this game was quite a big hurdle. And also, we wanted to have more, but because of the dev cost restraints, but also it takes quite a long time to create all these characters for the game. So all these kind of dictated the number at the end. That said, though, we do hope to have more post-launch, but this is the starting roster. And I myself would add that another element that made it quite difficult was they were all created from the ground up this time for Tekken 8. So that's totally new. All the character models were redone, which was quite exciting because we were dealing with artists. Everyone's been making, for example, Jin Kazama for 20-some years now. But when you make the model from zero base, it's like little things are off, and you have to kind of fine-tune to make sure they look exactly like the character that everyone remembers. So there was quite a bit that went into the characters themselves.
I never even thought about that, but that's actually really great insight. So, okay, so you talk about this being more than just a fighting game. So I know that there is more character personalization in Tekken 8. So are you telling me that I could put bunny ears on like all of the characters?
Yeah, so if you can imagine, Tekken 7 itself had a lot of customization options. So we've even increased it from there, the categories, etc., that you can equip. So in general, yes, you could most likely equip bunny ears to most of the characters, though there are some limitations in certain cases. For example, maybe a character has horns or something that might conflict with it. So we wouldn't say 100% on everyone, but in general, yes, that's the case. In addition to not just the look of your character, but the look of various elements of your game, the life gauges and the player panels, etc. There's a lot that you can do there. But not just that, the music itself can be customized. So we have a jukebox feature, which the fans really loved for the PS version of Tekken 7, but it's back again for Tekken 8, so you can select different pieces of music for various areas of the game.
I love that Tekken 8 seems to be really just showing so much love for the players. So in addition to that, we see that Arcade Quest is a new mode that's coming in. So can you share us some more details on what exactly this new mode is?
So yes, the Arcade Quest is a brand new feature for Tekken 8. We just want to be totally clear that this doesn't replace the story mode that people are used to, which portrays the actual in-game characters and the story arcs and the Mishimas, etc. This is totally separate from that. This is more about the player's story, and it's made to kind of recreate the arcade feel that Harada and myself experienced when we were, students, and many other people our age. I had a great time there. And we feel that kind of was the roots of what grew into what we see now as esports, right? It started off as that kind of competitive culture in arcade. So people from our generation will instantly recognize that and feel nostalgic. But for younger people, maybe they didn't have the chance because arcades weren't as common as they are back then. So maybe it's the first time they're seeing a kind of a virtual arcade, and they can kind of see, oh, this is where my parents were hanging out and enjoying themselves. And also to understand a little bit more about that competitive culture. So you can tell that from between the story mode and also this new Arcade Quest mode, there's a great deal of volume there for one-player content. So, this new Arcade Quest mode, it lets you go through the mode, and as a player, you're kind of evolving, learning the basics of not only the new features of Tekken 8, but also Tekken in general, the gameplay, and kind of helps you learn the ropes. But not just that, there's a cool new feature also that's been implemented with ghost characters. So it's kind of this AI learning. Not only does it kind of tailor your opponents, so you'll see CPU opponents actually fight like real players. Maybe even like a copy of some famous player you've seen in an esports stream, etc. But not just that, as you evolve as a player and get better, this AI ghost of yourself, it mimics you. So if you drop a combo, it'll mimic that. Mimic all kinds of different aspects of your play. So you can see the AI ghost version of yourself get even more skillful as you as a player grow.
Okay, so that's good to know because my AI is definitely just going to be spamming one move constantly. So if you find that one, that is me, and I'm not even sorry about it. So actually, speaking of fighting styles, so could you go into more details about how guard damage will affect the overall strategy in Tekken 8? How does this change the dynamics of a fight?
Fighting games are unique in one aspect, especially that if you're able to block your opponent's attacks, then you negate all the damage, right? Usually. So this is unique in that, for example, first-person shooters or others, if you line up your attack, usually the damage happens. So this time the key concept for Tekken 8 is aggressiveness, right? So in order to kind of enhance this experience, one of the new mechanics is certain attacks will deal kind of recoverable damage to your opponent. So this kind of alleviates the instance where you see two people going back and forth and they're unable to kind of break out of that match, right? So this is supposed to kind of foster players to make them want to go on the offense and to rush down their opponent. So this is what we call the chip damage when you deal the damage while they're blocking, right? And also this can be recovered by doing various different actions. So there is a way to alleviate that, but it is designed to make the game more aggressive.
So speaking of unique elements within fighting games, what inspired the development team to create the brand new Heat system and revised Rage system? And how did you ensure it would resonate with longtime fans?
With fighting games, it's quite interesting that to us, each installment of Tekken is quite different with the different changes we've made to the battle systems. And we feel that players feel the same way who are actually following the games closely. But for people who aren't into fighting games, a lot of times just because the perspective of the screen from a sideways view looks the same, they'll be like, oh, fighting games haven't changed in how many years. That's not the case, we think. Especially this time with the Heat system, it's designed for aggressive gameplay like we were saying, and it does many things. One of the main things is the inspiration was if you're watching some kind of martial arts match and you see maybe there's back and forth and there's no big moments, but then all of a sudden a certain punch will land and then the outcome of the match changes drastically, right? So that was kind of the thing that we were going after for the Heat system this time around, to create those kind of iconic moments within a match, not just for the people playing, but for the people who are spectating. And granted, the overall feedback we've gotten from both the CAT and then the closed test we did recently, it seems like overall the players really liked that new change and it felt new. We did get a lot of useful feedback, so we will be fine-tuning the game and changing it a bit after that, though. And just personally, I'd like to add one thing that, like Gerardo's mentioning, is the main core concept of it, but another cool thing I think about the Heat system is that each character is kind of unique in their moves and their play styles and strategies, but then when the Heat system kicks in for each character, it goes even more. They get access to new techniques during the Heat state, or certain parameters like King, when he throws his opponents, they'll actually recover the Heat gauge. So there's a lot of things that make the characters even more unique when they're in the Heat state. So I think that's a really cool addition this time.
That's so cool. I can't believe you wanted to add more characters on top of all of that. That's actually crazy. I mean, this is going to be great. And players don't have to wait too long, right? When actually does this game drop?
It's coming January 26th, 2024.
Awesome. You heard it here. Thank you so much for speaking with us today. The Tekken 8 hits PC, PS5, and Xbox next year, and we'll be covering every hard-hitting moment right here on IGN as we count down for the days for it.
Woo! Now that was a deeper look at Tekken 8 with game director Harada-san. Now we know that that game will have a total of 32 characters, all built from the ground up. We really got to talk about some of the new features. Like one of the new features is the arcade quest, which I'm kind of curious, how do we feel about this new mode?
I think it's a really smart way for them to start breaking in more people to the fighting game community.
Yeah.
It's trying to really capitalize, from what we learned in the interview, they're trying to capitalize on that feeling of older generations being able to go into the arcades, put a quarter down on the machine, and have next. Like, that just isn't a thing we really get anymore. No. And so they're trying to recreate that experience, and I'm very interested to see how this experiment turns out for them.
Yeah, I agree on that, because I'm definitely one of those nostalgia people from the days of the arcade that used to put my quarter down. And I feel like this does two things. It grabs an audience like me. And first and foremost, I'm more of a casual Tekken player. I'm not super hardcore into it. So this attracts me to want to come back and start playing again, right? Because this feels like a mode that not only going to get me from a nostalgia standpoint, but even from a more casual standpoint, you're not immediately jumping into the hardcore modes of having to play Tekken. It can kind of ease you in, understand the mechanics, and you can go from there.
In Japan, Tekken has a very long history in the arcade, and the arcade scene is a big part of its DNA. So I think this is as much for the Japanese audience as it is for everybody else. But I like it when games are having fun. Yeah. I love the vibe of it. I liked that they had what looked like a press conference with the individual customizable characters. That's a lot of fun. And it just lends, it gives Tekken 8 a sense of joy.
Yeah,
that I really appreciate.
Honestly, it's a great way to kind of just acknowledge the storied history that Tekken has of being an arcade first video game, a fighting game. You know, this is the first time in, like, I think in its almost 30-year history that you're not going to see this. This is a console first game. So it's nice for them to kind of acknowledge that whole, the past that they have. And as Harada-san stated in the interview, this will not replace the core story mode. So if you're interested in that, you can still enjoy that as well. Now let's talk about a few other things. I want to talk about the heat system that's new to Tekken 8. But they also have returning, which is something that first originated in Tekken 6, and that was the rage mechanic.
Yeah.
The rage system.
Yeah, the rage system, for anybody who's played since Tekken 6, you obviously know once your health reduces to a certain amount, you can activate rage and gives you that kind of bonus. It's kind of their rubber band mechanic. So if you're almost getting sweeped, you have a chance to, if you find an opening, you can make use of that opening. The heat system looks really cool. I'm very excited to see how that plays out. I really love that how all the characters, the heat system is going to work different for them. Yeah. So everybody who's already in Tekken is always known for their very unique flavor and style of combat. The heat system is going to turn that up another.
Yes, it's very aggressive. So I'm kind of curious how many people here were involved in the open beta. Did any of y'all get to play in the open beta?
I did not get a key.
Only me?
Only
me.
It's interesting. We just posted this from that interview. They were talking about how they were testing out the online, and as we all know, online is kind of a bugbear for a lot of fighting games. They've introduced rollback netcode and whatnot, and a lot of these games, and Harada has said that actually it's exceeded expectations for the closed beta network test, which is great. They want to improve the Wi-Fi play. Yeah. Jada, you've played a fair amount of Tekken. I'm curious, how have you found the online over the years?
You know what? I try to avoid Wi-Fi warriors as much as I can, but sometimes, you're traveling and that's all you've got.
Playing on your Steam Deck?
Playing on my Steam Deck? I don't think I've actually tried Tekken on my Steam Deck yet. But I don't know. I'm a hardwired person first. I really hope that the Wi-Fi settings are getting better. Like I said, I didn't get to test the beta, so I still need to see it firsthand. But I did hear good things from my friends that were in the beta, so
it was great. I'm one of your friends, and I can attest to it being.
I don't know if I can sign off on you being a friend.
Oh,
just kidding.
Akeem's my friend.
We're friends, of course. We're friends.
The thing that I find interesting is to compare Tekken with Mortal Kombat, obviously, which is coming out, and it just really Anyway, Mortal Kombat looks more accessible, I think.
All right, well, we're going to be throwing to a break. Coming up in a little bit, we're taking an extended look at Lords of the Fallen, and we have an exclusive trailer for Hellboy, Web of Weird. And we'll be back with more right after this.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Be there. Be strong. Be fierce. Be better. Be different. Be winning. Be epic. Be you at Gamescom 23. Come and be everything at Gamescom 2023.
Hello, everybody. Now, we've got something special for you, an exclusive extended trailer for Hexworks' upcoming Souls-like action RPG, Lords of the Fallen. So get ready to spend some more time in the realms of Axiom and Umbral.
Never possessed the metal for this, Crusader. You fail.
I look upon you with pity, my lost child. For you have been deceived.
Another sinner.
They brand me evil. A tyrant. And yet I offer you something they will not. A choice.
Hello again, deathless one.
After all the time mankind have had to shape their own destiny, see what they have made of it. War, greed, hatred, suffering, chaos.
Now you will know darkness, brother. And remember, you look into the shadows, might be the shadows look back.
Ooh, now that was an extended look at Lords of the Fallen. Now let's just get right into it. Will this deliver us the first true next-gen Souls experience? And how excited are we for this one? Jada, I already know how you feel about it, but that was pointed towards you. That was pointed towards you, yes.
How do I feel about it, Akeem?
You think it's great. You think it's phenomenal. You think it's
You're
fantastic.
right. You're a type
but
of
I want you to go into detail.
You want me to go into detail?
Yes.
So I haven't got a chance to get hands-on with this yet, but from everything I've been seeing, it's an IGN first, so we've got tons of videos and coverage we've been covering. I just can't get enough of this game. The Axiom and Umbral worlds, that whole mechanic of having a lantern that you can hold up and look into the darkness. There's enemies that can attack you from that realm if they see you while you're doing that and pull you into this realm is a mechanic that I've not really experienced in a game before, so that's really cool. The fact that they're changing how death kind of works. So when you die in Axiom, you move to the Umbral realm, and then when you die, then you get the traditional lose all your currency, lose souls, whatever it ends up being in Lords of the Fallen. So I really like that. Kind of gives you that second chance to fight back mid-boss fight, because sometimes, you know, you just like, I know I dodged that attack.
Yeah.
I know I dodged it, but I'm hyped for it.
Yeah, same. Like I feel like you know, the whole Axiom and Umbral World dynamic is really interesting. I was watching gameplay of someone that went into the Umbral World. They were alive, but in the Axiom world, they peered through and they saw a passage that was underneath the water. And then they died because they forgot. They were in the Umbral World and they died because they were actually alive. And I like that dynamic.
But when they went back to the other realm that was flooded and they just drowned. Yeah.
Really amazing. Paris, I got to know what you think. What's your vibe on this?
I think
you're on board.
Again, I think as a Souls fan, you're going to be in on this day one, because I think of exactly what you're talking about. This is adding a new wrinkle to the genre, right? A new gameplay mechanic to take advantage of. My concern would be when it's coming out.
Okay.
Yes.
October's already crazy. It's dropping right in the middle of that. I just wonder, the dedicated Souls fans are going to be there day one. We already know that.
Yeah.
But I think people that are on the fringe, is that the right time for it to be coming out? Now, everything that we saw in this extended trailer, the IGN first, the other previews I've seen, it all looks great. This all looks top tier. I'm just concerned about it attracting a new audience into it. Will it have the breathing room that it'll need to be able to do that?
Yeah. Also, there's a lot coming out around that time too. But I have a pointed question towards you, Kat. I'm kind of curious. Well, you all can answer this. It's I'm pointing at you. That's what I mean. Whenever I say a pointed question, I mean because I'm pointing at you. Now, I know we don't want to kill it, but do we think this will be an Elden Ring killer?
You cannot kill something by being so similar to it.
Right.
I mean,
we've been asking this since the days of Doom, and it was always something totally different coming out and shocking us. And maybe Lords of the Fallen will not be that. It's interesting because Elden Ring, of course, was open world. This is more curated. This is more straightforward. One thing that I hope for with Lords of the Fallen, Elden Ring is gorgeous, and I don't mean like graphically. I mean that often has scenes of pure beauty. And Lords of the Fallen really leans into the darkness. It reminds me a little bit of Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor a little bit in terms of the overall aesthetic. A lot of reds, a lot of browns, and that kind of thing. I hope it has moments of beauty to offset that. That's my main hope.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm hoping for that too. There's probably not going to be any beauty in the Umbral World, though. I'm gonna just say that right now.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Akeem. So I mean, it's all depending on your own tastes. I'm sure there's some people out there. This is their aesthetic. They find this beautiful.
So Hollow Knight could be beautiful, but it was also very dark as well.
Yes,
in many ways.
Well, let's talk about our tastes. So we have 10 starting classes. What do we think about the starting classes in this one? We have, you know, Black Feather Ranger, Condemned, Dark Crusader, Exiled Stalker, Hollow Knight. There's so many different ones. 10 to be specific. What do we think about the starting classes in this game?
I think it's really cool. I mean, I don't think any Souls fan is going to be super surprised by the type of classes. There's a bunch of classes that are based around magic. There's the pyromancy class. There's the more kind of, I think, like holy kind of based magic. Then you've got the heavy weapon. You've got the kind of like swords and shields. You've got the great swords. You've got all those types of different weapons. The big thing for me around this is really seeing how these kind of stand out, how these archetypes are going to kind of stand out. And remember, these are just your starting points for your characters. You can roll a pyromancer and get 5 levels in and be like, I don't really like fire magic. I don't know anybody out there that doesn't like fire magic, but you could make the swap and be like, I'm just going to roll around with a big old mace or a club and do all those types of things. Paris, do you play the Souls games? What's your go-to?
I'm fringe.
Okay.
You know, I'm more of a, if I were to play this, I'd be like a Hollow Knight. You know, I'm gonna come in more as a tank type of character. Now, I do have a side question I would like to throw out along those lines. I'm curious more about the boss variety that we're going to see in this, because typically when you're in the Souls game, that's what brings you back, are the different type of bosses you're going to see, type of challenges that they're going to provide to you, etc. So that'll be interesting to see once the game is out. how diverse that's going to be.
Yeah, they mentioned during the trailer, they mentioned like chaos, rage, suffering, and there was a couple other ones, greed, and hatred. I'm wondering if those are kind of like the overarching elements for these big bosses, like if they're theming them around that, which would be a cool little thing.
So it's a secret Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, very much, yes.
Basically.
Just a few less circles to go through to get to hell. And I think one of the big things for me is, we didn't talk about it a whole lot, but co-op in this game is much easier than any other Souls game out there.
Yeah, explain that to us. Like, how so?
Yeah, to summarize it real quickly, basically, there's like, I believe they're called vestiges. They're basically the bonfires of this game. You can go in and you can just kind of like invite other players, your friends, or your friends can join in on you from these points, and they stay with you as long as they want to stay. It's not an Elden Ring like, hey, we killed this one little boss, I'll summon you back by consuming a gnawed finger or a rotted finger, because that's what, FromSoft likes to do. They like us to eat rotted fingers to bring our friends to the party.
Oh man, well, so many good points here, especially Paris. I sense what you're saying. I know the Souls fans are going to be there for this, but for people that aren't super big on Souls games, with everything else that's coming out, it might have a hard time, buying into this, but it still looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful picture. Speaking of pictures, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a trailer has got to be several billion at least, right? So instead of me telling you how sick the new Hellboy game looks, let's take a look for yourself. Go.
So, what are we dealing with here? 4 psychic spikes measured at over 180 BPUs. Italy, Russia, Scotland, and the US. Your job is to find robots and investigate possible links between this location and the spikes before they cause any further repercussions.
That's a fun word. Here goes nothing. I'm gonna be sore. Definitely not Kansas. Good night.
The further you travel the world, the closer you will come to that which corrupts us all.
I said stay down! And we're done! Ow! That's all for you! Hey! Oh, come on! That hurt!
That was Hellboy Web of Weird. Now, this is an original story in partnership with Dark Horse Comics. Mike Mignola, the creator, is also attached to it, which is awesome. Now, what do we think about that? Like, first off, the graphics, I gotta say, I love the cell shading. It really is reminiscent to the graphic novel. What did y'all think of this? Paris, let me start with you.
I think from a visual standpoint, it looked phenomenal. To your point, the cell shading on this. I've been a somewhat big fan of Hellboy over the years, so to see this come into the game this way, if they can just nail that Hellblade-esque type of story, depending on what they're going to do here, I think this will be a great addition.
Supposedly the stories surrounding the Butterfly House said to tie around multiple independent stories into one. So we'll see how well those kind of multiple stories merge into one. I hope they're not getting too ambitious with it, because I also like Hellboy. I'm not a huge fan, but I do like seeing Hellboy in the landscape of our content.
Yeah, no, this is being developed by Upstream Arcade. Which I think honestly they were perfect for this job, because one of their previous games, West of Dead: The Path of the Crow, is very reminiscent to that, of this particular style that we're looking at, this cell shaded style that we're looking at here. I'm honestly glad they went this direction and not the direction of the movies, just because again, like I'm pretty sure they're catering to the old school graphic novel fans for this. What do we think about the combat system, Kat? What's your take on this?
It's funny because when I was watching them play, my first thought was Mad World. Does anybody remember Mad World?
Yeah, I love me some Mad World. Back on the Wii.
Back in one of the OG Platinum games on the Nintendo Wii. That one was a lot more violent, and it was also black and white with splashes of red. But for whatever reason, maybe it's just the perspective, the movement of the actual combat and everything. That was my first thought. I think that sort of the pacing of it makes it look a lot more, shall we say, tactical. And I think that's kind of fun, actually, because so many games are very much a super fast-paced, hit them and everything. So I like to think a lot more.
I hope you're right, because it definitely, the combat didn't look smooth to me. It looked a little clunky, but I imagine that is just based on whatever combat system they're using. I need to see more, and I need to get hands-on with this before I can make a better judgment on it.
I think that's all valid and fair. Just got to get more hands-on.
Honestly, I wonder if that clunkiness is kind of like a creative direction that they took, maybe. You know, kind of like, we've seen Into the Spider-Verse where it's kind of jittery in movement. Again, this is a video game, so it could be interpreted as like it's just clunky, and maybe it just needs to be polished a little bit more. But Hellboy, Web of Weird, good stuff. Now, coming up, we've got some brand spanking new gameplay and details on The First Descendant, plus an exclusive extended look at Warhaven and Killing Floor 3 right here on Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live. But right now, we need to take a very quick break, so stick around.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. Hello, we're back and you're watching Gamescom right here on IGN. Now later on, we've got new gameplay for the upcoming fantasy combat game Warhaven and an interview with the game's producer. But right now, we're talking with the developers of the futuristic shooter, The First Descendant. Let's take a listen.
The First Descendant is a gritty and stylish looter shooter that pits you and your friends against hordes of deadly enemies in a fight for survival. Well, for the human race. So yeah, absolutely no pressure. Here to tell me all about it is Min-seok Ju, director of The First Descendant. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
So I'm going to jump right in. So can you set the stage for us? When and where does The First Descendant take place? And who do players control and what exactly is at stake?
First Descendant.
All right, first of all, The First Descendant takes place in a virtual place called Ingress. So the players will be playing the characters called Descendants with special powers, and they will be fighting against another enemy called Vulgus that try to invade the Ingress world. And these Vulguses are from another world called Clippus. And they try to invade the Ingress by opening a void and a dimensional a portal. And when they open the void, another threat called the Colossus and unknown beings, they come to another great threat for humanity and also the Vulgus. So it will be a story where the players play the Descendants, and they will fight both the Vulgus and fight against the huge Colossus bosses.
Awesome. Okay, so what was the development process like creating this in Unreal Engine 5?
We've been developing the first Descendants by using Unreal Engine 5, and we've been using the latest techniques like Lumen. And we're trying to make a looter shooter game that outstands all other genres by the highest graphics. And we are very aware that a lot of users are concerned about optimization when we are using Unreal Engine 5. But yeah, we are keeping our developments to make that optimizations.
Amazing. I mean, the game looks beautiful. So yeah, tell us about the mission and the world structure. How big are the maps here?
Yes, we have various missions and maps. And in each areas and fields, the players will be encountering a lot of missions. And during our crossplay open beta, you can experience a lot of missions during the fields. And there will be more contents and more missions at our launch point. And as you know, we're a game type that you have to play again and again, the missions over and over to get more items and get stronger. So we expect a lot of players to spend a lot of their time in the field missions, and we expect them to encounter other players, and we expect them to make friends and form a community.
Awesome. So in speaking about the community, can you go into some detail about how the free-to-play business is going to look like for the first Descendant? Can you tell us a little bit about the business model here with microtransactions versus season passes, or what you might have in store?
Yes, the first Descendants is a free-to-play game. We will be introducing battle passes and cosmetic features, and maybe items that could help your growth and help your convenience. And we are very well known that a lot of players are wondering how the business model will go, and we basically want a lot of users to come and play our game. So we don't want to pressure the users by the business model. Yeah, for example, battle passes will have free items for all the users as well. And for the details, we will show later on.
So please explain how weapon customization will work and how it'll affect combat strategies in the game.
So in the first Descendants, you could modify weapons by using modules. For example, you could put modules on the weapon and make it shoot faster or have greater damage or extend the bullet rounds. So we wish that our users find their playstyle and find their own weapon and find their own customizations and make a play that fits their playstyle. Additionally, I want to talk about customizing. Rather than putting modules in weapons, we could put modules for the characters as well. And we have a lot of skills for the characters. And when you put a module in, you could change that type of skill and change it as well. So other than the weapons, we want the users to find modules to match their play.
So will defeating bosses unlock specific modules then that you can add to your guns or your player's customization?
Yeah, there'll be modes called Void Intercept Battles. And in that Void Intercept battle, there will be huge bosses. And when Descendants defeat the Colossuses, they will be rewarded with rare ultimate modules and customizing parts. And the items that fall in from the Void Intercept battles are very different from items that fall from the normal field. For example, you could get ultimate modules from beating the bosses that can maybe when you roll and you could get your rounds charged up right away. And another thing is when you beat the boss, you can open an amorphous material that you have. And when you open an amorphous material, you can get items that help you research for a new descendant or ultimate weapons singly, or make a squad and go challenge for the void intercept battles, and they would get more higher items and get stronger.
Okay, so this is a great lead into my last question. So with all these elements, and let's say there are going to be players who finish the game really fast, unlock every descendant. So how are you going to keep this gameplay fresh for those players? Are there going to be DLCs that maybe expand the story or add new descendants in?
We will be having continuous live updates. What we are thinking right now, we are trying to have live updates as in part of seasons. So when we have new seasons, we'll have new descendant characters, we'll have new bosses, we'll have new weapons. And with each season, we'll require different metas. We'll be changing the systems to have contents that could last for the users to play.
So when can players expect to play this crossplay beta?
네, 저희는
Yes, we're having the crossplay open beta from September 19th to the 25th. So we're supporting the game from PlayStation, Xbox, and also PC. And we've made so many changes from the last Steam beta, so we want a lot of users to be interested, and we want tons of users joining our crossplay beta.
I have to ask, is the bunny armor in this beta? 그 토끼 armor 있어요? 이 베타에?
Of course.
I'm playing it for sure. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. That was The First Descendant coming to PC and console soon. For all things The First Descendant, be sure to stick right here with IGN.
All right, and that was a look at what's new in The First Descendant right here on Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live. And in just a second, we're going to talk about some of the highlights from Opening Night Live. But first, the biggest video game event on the planet also cares about the planet. Now, this year's Gamescom Goes Green initiative has made some huge leaps forward. Not only is this year's core event 100% climate neutral, it's also running on 100% renewable energy. Meanwhile, the Gamescom force continues to grow thanks to donations from attendees. And in addition to participating in Gamescom carbon offset program, exhibitors are doing their part by building more sustainability using portions of their booths and avoiding single-use material. Now, best of all, Gamescom has teamed up with the UN's Playing for the Planet initiative to present the Green Studio of the Year award during Opening Night Live, helping encourage sustainability across the games industry. Now, find out more at playingfortheplanet.org. And of course, for everything else going on with Gamescom year-round, you can stay up to date by following the official accounts on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Now, coming up, we've got a look at the upcoming action game Warhaven, followed by a behind-the-scenes peek at The Killing Floor 3. And later, we take a very chill and relaxing train ride in Station to Station. Okay, let's jump into First Descendant. Now, it's a free-to-play, a third-person co-op looter-shooter RPG. 10 different descendants built in Unreal Engine 5. What did we think about this one?
So there's going to be more descendants we'll be able to pick from. I think there's 3 more that they've kind of like somewhat unveiled, but they haven't revealed all the details for. I think this looks interesting. I don't know if it's enough to get me in right off the bat right now, but I'm seeing a lot of elements that I do enjoy when it comes to looter shooters. It seems to have a nice variance of the different characters, the different classes. That's going to really require you to work in co-op when you're taking on these giant colossi. I don't know how I feel about some of like the glowing things on the colossi to attack. I understand you've got to make that like very obvious for clarity, but I think there's also ways to do it to where it's not so just like distracting kind of. But I think it looks cool. I think hopefully there's some of these big colossi battles have some like raid mechanics like you'd see in like a Destiny or something. If it's got that type of stuff, I'll probably at least give it a shot.
Yeah, Paris, what's your take on this one?
Yeah, for me, this looks like Destiny and Outriders got married and had a baby.
Yeah.
That's what this looks like to
that
me.
was a descendant. It was
there you go. There you go. Right there in the name. But no, this looks good. This is I'm a huge looter shooter guy. Like I love Destiny, I love The Division, I loved Outriders, things of that nature. So seeing this is right along the lines of that, and to the point that you were just making. My only two concerns I would have right now would be I want to see what the end game looks like for this kind of game, which would be raids, things like that, where being more cooperative, more complex things that you have to take down. And then it would be, since this is free to play, what is the MTX going to look like on this? As long as they keep the pay to win element out of it, which I'm sure most developers are smart enough to do in this day and age, I think this will be fine. I think this has a chance to grab an audience, especially people that are familiar with Destiny and The Division, things like that, to at least give it a try. And if the gameplay loop is good enough, in-game strong enough, I think this can build an audience.
I think they said that the microtransactions are all cosmetic based,
right.
so we'll see what that exactly means.
I think everybody these days needs to say that off the bat.
But sometimes those cosmetics are very expensive. It takes a lot of grinding, and people get unhappy about it.
Yeah.
I think, to what Paris said, I feel like my fear for this game is the fact that people might look at it and think about a game that it reminds them of. Like this is a new property, and of course it is very reminiscent of other games. In genre. I mean, how do you captivate that audience though? That's my question.
Well, that's why I brought up the end game, because that's what gets you to stick around.
Absolutely,
because we've seen other looter shooters basically come and go over the past few years, and it's always, you'll have a great start. Oh man, this is fun. I'm having a great time with this. But then we get into month 3, month 6, month 9 of what we're doing. I'm like, well, what's next? What else? What is the new challenge that you're giving me, other than I'm just repeating the same gameplay loop over and over? So that'll be the challenge that this will have, where they have something compelling enough in the end game to keep the more advanced players sticking around.
And I know go ahead.
I think the gameplay has to feel good. I think that one of the reasons that people have stuck with Destiny as long as they have is that it has first-in-class actual shooting.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a big one for this one. And will it have bullet sponge bosses? It has grappling hooks. Will the actual movement feel really, really good?
Yeah.
Will the classes complement one another in ways that are fairly deep? Will it lean into kind of the wickification of gaming, where people are going to be thinking a lot about their builds and the actual individual loot? That's going to be ultimately what keeps people playing. That's what kind of leans into what you were talking about with the end game. The other thing is, I really hope they lean into the aesthetic and making it look fun, making it look different. We were talking about the bunny ears. That's cute. I like that. Lean into that.
Like it was interesting seeing, like, in this dystopian world, there was one of the descendants that was just jumping around in the pool over there. Having a good time. I think that's
called a lake when it's outside.
Is that what it's an outside lake, right?
Some sort of natural swimming
Some sort of natural water source.
Well, I mean, it looked like a puddle to me. It just looked like an oversized puddle. Anyways, let's talk about the customization, because you can customize your player and your weapons, and you can get rare modules when you defeat one of the colossi. Well, what do we think about the customization in First Descendant?
I think I need to see. They haven't really shown off what it is. They talked a little bit about what it could be and a few elements. The big thing for me is, how far can we push the system? Am I able to do things that kind of break it? To find these cool builds, and then also, am I going to get loadouts? Because nothing is worse than scrapping a whole build for a different thing to try something new, and then it not being able to go back easily and wasting a bunch of time in menus instead of playing the game and trying what works.
I think the secret might still be the grappling hook, like just the mobility, the movement. That could end up being really fun. Funnily enough, the game that came to mind, I already mentioned one Platinum game. Here's another one, Vanquish. Another game that was heavy on movement and mobility. And if they can nail something like that, they could have something really intriguing, actually.
Yeah, for a game like this, I think, keeping a game like this fresh is definitely important. Like Paris was talking about, like the end game, and they mentioned like continuous updates for this. But my last question for this is, do we think there's enough space in this game category to keep the interest among fans and gamers of this particular genre?
Sure. If it's really good, people will move over because so many of these games like Destiny have been around for so long at this point.
That's true.
So people are sort of desperate for a really, really good service game. It's just that it's so hard to keep those going because it's so easy for the community to turn toxic. So it's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, let's hope the First Descendant community stays fresh. We'll see. Now, coming up next, we've got a brand new look at Warhaven. Right after this quick break, stick around. Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live continues after this.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Hey, welcome back to Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live right here on IGN. Now coming up next is an extended look at Warhaven, the upcoming medieval fantasy combat game. And right after that, we'll talk with the developers to check it out.
Shall be branded as traitors to the crown and banished from the land. The house disbanded and its conspirators put to death.
Took my parents' heads. He imagined his throne saved.
Look, you're not ready, kid. Not yet. Come.
But even traitors can be reborn on the battlefield. You're too late, fool! The king is dead! And you're nothing! Nothing to him! The king shall never find peace. Not in life. Or in death.
If you've ever read up on medieval historical battles and thought, hey, I would have done a way better job than those guys, we have some great news. Warhaven is the brand new medieval multiplayer game that lets you travel back in time to prove it. Here to tell me all about it is Eun-seok Lee, director of Warhaven. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 이은석입니다.
So I have my first and fun question. Would you say Warhaven is like Battlefield, but with swords?
Yes, it's a straightforward question. It's a bit direct, but I can say yes. Warhaven is Battlefield with swords.
So how does the transformation into an immortal work in-game? And what strategies can players employ to leverage this feature?
네, 저희 게임에서
So we wanted to deploy immortals into our game because we wanted to provide some kind of alt experience that other games might have. But before, we had a system where you had to fight and accumulate battlefield points to actually transform into immortals. But this time around, during early access, you'll be able to play as an immortal anytime, so you can transform on the battlefield whenever you want. So every player will at least have one chance to transform into any immortal of their choice at the time of their choice during battle. Some players might think they need to transform into an immortal at the end of a match, right before the ending is coming. But some players might think, oh, I'll transform right at the beginning of the match so that I can dominate the field first. So that's one of the fun points that players can consider during the game.
Yeah, I'll definitely be one of those players doing it in the beginning. With the game being free to play, what's your approach to in-game purchases and how are you making sure they won't affect the game's balance?
네, 저희는 기본적으로는
So yes, that's a really good question. I think a lot of players would be interested in how microtransaction in Warhaven works. We can say that there will be those types of features in the game, but however, none of them will be pay to win. All of them will be cosmetics only. So you get to choose what you want to buy and how you want to look in game. That's a good thing. And we'll also have Warhaven's unique twist on what you call a battle pass that we've seen in different games as well. It's basically Warhaven's mix of a battle pass plus Monopoly. So you get to do conquests and exploration across a huge map while also getting in-game rewards for that. So that's, I think, something that players will really enjoy.
Have there been any updates to Warhaven coming to consoles? I know there was a last post saying that you'd be considering this, but I wanted to know if there were any official updates yet.
콘솔 개발에
So yes, there's been a lot of news about whether Warhaven is coming to consoles, and we're looking into it. That's all I can say for now, but keep your eyes peeled in the future, please.
So, how many maps will be available at launch?
During early access, we will be providing up to 5 maps initially, but there will be different modes that you can play on these different maps. Therefore, we will have more than 10 overall modes and maps for you to play on.
Okay, so I have a question about the amount of people you can have on your teams. Are we able to team up with a full party of 16 players at some point? I know currently it's only about 4 players in a squad.
So we've made some changes from the Steam Next Fest to early access. And during Steam Next Fest, we initially had 16 versus 16 players, but we've changed that currently to 12 versus 12 players. And we've also changed the number of people that can be on one squad. So during SNF, it was 4 people to a squad, but now it's 3 people to a squad. So you can team up with at least 2 other friends of yours, bring them into Warhaven, and fight in groups of 4 squads. So 3 per squad, and then 4 squads for each team.
So this might already be in the game, but I'm not entirely sure with the new update. But will there be a parry added to gameplay at launch?
그러니까 다른 게임들과 비슷한 그
So when you say parry, I don't know what sword fighting gamers might expect from that word. They've played a lot of different games, such as Sekiro or For Honor, other games. But in our game, we do have a parry mechanism that is a bit different, maybe, than the other games, and it will give you an advantage in fighting. If another soldier comes at you with their sword and you have to block it, that will, affect whether you die or live. So yeah, there's going to be a mechanic in the game.
Okay, yeah. So in the most recent beta, we saw some game modes get taken away from the playlist. Will those be returning in the full release?
During early access, we will have a few modes that some players might already be familiar with. We'll have Onslaught, which is basically your team has to advance into the enemy's territory and you have to push forward, and you have to stop them from pushing back, basically. We'll also have Dominion, which will be conquering basically different control zones. You'll either have the option of choosing between 1 control zone or 3 control zones. And we'll also have one of our internal favorites, which is Arms Race. It's protecting a war machine from one goal to another goal while fighting enemies. Some of the players initially who have known Warhaven until now, they might think the mode's rules were a bit difficult, but we've simplified them down so that everyone can enjoy them more easily. Our default playstyle is 12 on 12, but we've also added a new mode, which is 6v6, and that will be for Team Deathmatch and Capture the Flag modes, which everyone loves.
Okay. What was the reasoning for removing ally collision and directional swing?
네. 그 아군끼리의
So yes, you pointed out a good point. During SNF, people did notice that ally collision was not in the game. So we did hear their feedback. A lot of people were saying they didn't like that feature. So we did bring it back for early access. And I hope that's good news for players who are looking forward to it. Initially, the reasoning why we removed it is because we thought when each player uses their skills, no one wants anyone else to come in their way. But I think that wasn't what players wanted. I think they wanted a more realistic experience of having to collide with the enemies and having to push allies out of the way as well. So yeah, we brought it back.
So I have to ask, is Warhaven still slated for release later this year?
얼리 액세스는 합니다.
Yes, so we can proudly announce that Warhaven is coming as early access on the 21st of September this year.
Cool. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure players will be very thrilled. Eun-seok, thank you so much for speaking with us. 너무 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
I can't wait for Warhaven. You can play Warhaven when it hits early access this fall. Until then, for all things video games, keep watching IGN.
All right, that was a look at Warhaven, the free-to-play PvP medieval fantasy combat game. Let's talk about how excited Jada is to bash skulls in with hammers.
You know how that is one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah.
When it comes to video games.
Well, hopefully that's the only time that you pass the time doing that particular action. But no, what did you think about Warhaven?
Warhaven looks cool. I'm a little interested to see how the swap from 16 on 16 to 12 on 12 is going to change the dynamic of the game. I think it'll be easier to get a squad together. I think it's a lot easier to get 2 than friends together, extra friends instead of 3 extra friends to form a squad, just by the fact of them being numbers and less people to corral and schedules as we all get older, and trying to find time to play all these games together is tough. But I think it looks good. I'm very interested to see with this next beta they're doing, what the reincarnation as the Immortals, and see how that is when it's more of a center point for the combat, because more people are going to just get access to it automatically, unlike the traditional gameplay is going to be. It'll be interesting to see how that kind of all functions out.
Yeah. Paris, what was your take on this?
To me, this looks like now a 12v12 For Honor. In a way.
Yeah.
That's
Stella said battlefield with swords.
Yeah.
I mean, however you want to interpret it, yeah.
I mean, it looks interesting to me. I mean, it's not necessarily something that I personally would jump into day one. I think I still need to see more. I absolutely see the importance of beta testing this out and trying to make sure that you're properly balancing it. And to your point about going from 16 down to 12, I think that is actually a good thing, because it's going to allow more full matches and easier to get people together, to your point. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a Battle Pass element to this as well.
Said Battle Pass mixed with Monopoly.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put up hotels all over. You guys can come in
and you're, well, actually we can't pass go.
You can't.
So if you put up Monopoly in there. But no, this is, I mean, like, from what I was looking at, for my taste, this is a bit chaotic for me. So I'm glad they kind of dialed it back a little bit. Kat, what was your read on this?
I'm sort of surprised that the games like this, there aren't more games like this that have been really, really successful. I mean, obviously we've had the aforementioned For Honor, we've had Chivalry, things like that. I think that there's a sort of hunger for fantasy, grand action, team-based combat. And so in that respect, I'm definitely willing to give it a chance. I'm excited for the inevitable crossovers that they end up doing. So we're just going to start getting Goku in here for some reason.
Well, you think those are the type of crossovers you think they meant? Or
wow, Peacemaker, what's he doing here?
Like, how did he travel
the
to this
from
time?
Kill Bill
That'd be amazing, actually. Now, this has a 6v6 mode for Team Deathmatch, and some other modes. What are some of the elements that we think gamers will be most excited to experience with Warhaven?
I mean, I think, everybody's a fan of Team Deathmatch, just, brawling in a big arena. Capture the Flag is always a good one, as they said. I don't know. I think they might be overemphasizing everybody's love of Capture the Flag. I was like, I enjoy it, but I don't know if I would ever put Capture the Flag as like my pinnacle mode in a game. But yeah, I mean, I think seeing what the deathmatch modes kind of look like, I think that's gonna be for me, because I think that's where you're gonna get the biggest spectacle, because everybody's going to be fighting, so more people are going to be reincarnating as these immortals, and so and then it's just kind of keep escalating bigger and bigger. What it really reminds me of is Star Wars Battlefront, to where you could reincarnate as the Jedi or as Han and all these other things, and give you those kind of bigger power bonuses. It reminds me a lot of that kind of formula.
So you control the control points similar to, we were just talking about Battlefield, right?
Yeah.
I always thought that was the purest form.
The Dominion kind of mode.
Yeah. Battlefront didn't really have that. It sort of had that, and it had these multi-phases and everything. It got too complicated. Keep it simple. That's what I always say with these kinds of games.
Let the players make it complex.
Like, I honestly, for me, I haven't played a game like this since the days of like Dynasty Warriors.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it'll be interesting to play this now as something similar to that now as an adult, because I don't know. There's just a lot going on right now on the screen at once, and so I kind of get like intimidated when I come across games like this. But I mean, I'm definitely going to check it out if y'all will join me.
I like multiplayer Dynasty Warriors. That's kind of fun, actually. It's a cool idea. So that means that we need to start getting Dragon Quest versions of this and Gundam versions of this. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely. Give me some Gundams.
Now, there is, I believe they mentioned there's a beta coming up, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anyone here plan on taking part in that and kind of?
I'll at least check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's early access. It's starting September 21st.
Early access, yes.
But yeah, it's PC, Steam, so.
I think I'm more likely to play this than First Descendant just because I'm more competitive than I am cooperative. I do want to destroy all of you. I'm sorry.
Unbelievable.
See, I'm more cooperative, but you know, I will crush people when they need to be crushed.
All right, well, that's good to know. But please don't crush me. I have a job to do. We all have jobs to do right now. Okay, well, we need to take another quick break, but we still have so much more to talk about right here on Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live. Stay tuned.
Yes, you. Do you have FOMC? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Well, hello and welcome back. Now, so much left to get hyped about here on Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live. Now, up next, we've got something special, an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at what goes into making the bodies hit the floor while developing the newly announced Killing Floor 3. Take a look.
With Killing Floor 3, we're kind of grounding it in a little bit more action horror. It's set in a near future with a heavy dose of dystopia behind it. So it's a little bit darker, a little bit more serious, a little bit more intense.
Body horror is a love language of mine. Seeing the brief, I got very, very excited. It's one of those jobs that you see and you're like, I was literally made to make this.
We worked internally with our concept artist, Alex Palma, to create a new concept and a new vision for what the Flesh Pound is. We were really looking for something that had a sense of body horror, but we didn't feel sympathetic towards this character. Like, it is a designed biomechanical killing machine.
Kids growing up in the 80s, I mean, we were exposed to the best stuff. Comic books, movies, all of that. That kind of very much, I think, is instilled in the genetics of this cinematic. It was always being able to tread that fine line of what we show, what we don't show, what we imply. That to me is far more interesting, is implying. And I was like, it'd be really cool if we found a comic book artist that got sequential storytelling and could do storyboards, but paint them up and make it almost like a graphic novel.
We really tried to capture these monolithic, oppressive shapes. So not only do they read in-game, but we want players to clearly understand what this creature and this character's intent is as it's attacking them.
Art direction and aesthetics was something that Neil has in his mind at the very beginning of the project. It helped us to develop overall look and feel of the trailer without wandering too much. All the assets that we see through the trailer, they're all coming from the same realm. They're all bright, hard surface elements that are slightly futuristic. Bringing the flesh bound in the scene, we kind of made that perfect balance and contrast between materials, because the flesh bound is organic and the rest is hard surface. Also, that helped us to bring more focus on the flesh bound.
When we're building this, we're still in the early stages of developing the game. So seeing the teaser trailer and the development of the game come hand in hand, and the identity of the two sharpen each other, it was incredibly rewarding to see.
Now, that was an exclusive extended look at Killing Floor 3 right here on Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live. Up next, here's an exclusive look at Pharaoh the Sundered Tribes. Check it out. And would you look at that? We're back, and there's been a lot of action games in this show, so let's chill out with a cool look at this cozy train game, Station to Station.
Imagine a quiet world, ready to be connected. All aboard! Through green valleys, across wild frontiers, over harsh deserts. Witness life blooming along your tracks. Relax, unwind, flourish. Bring the world to life in Station to Station. Arriving October 3rd.
All right, now just before the break, we took a look at a slew of trailers, including Station to Station, Pharaoh the Sundered Tribes, and an exclusive extended behind-the-scenes trailer for Killing Floor 3, because, you know, those games are very related to one another. I'm just kidding. The only thing those games have in common is that they're video games. So let's talk about them all, okay? How about we start with the third-person action RPG, Pharaoh the Sundered Tribes. Now this is a third-person multiplayer open-world action RPG that looks, I don't know, it looks like the Splatoon kids sprayed the Colossi and Shadow of the Colossus with their Splatoon guns, in my opinion. It's very colorful, big monsters. What is our takeaway for this one? Jada, let me start with you.
I was getting kind of Monster Hunter, Dauntless kind of vibes to it. There's a little bit of Valheim in there with the kind of the building of your own town and stuff. This one's made by Massive Damage.
Yeah.
They did Halicon 6. They did Star Renegades. I was a big fan of Star Renegades. They did a really good job with the storytelling, so I'm very excited to see how they kind of take any elements they pulled from that to put in this one. I don't think Star Renegades was a roguelike, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of those elements in this one. But again, the movement looks big. It's got like kind of like the flying you see in like, what was it, Immortals Phoenix Rising, I believe?
Yeah, that's what I was
with
gonna
flying
say.
around.
Exactly,
Yep.
yeah.
And then also the grapple hooks. Kind of reminds me of the clutch claw we got from Monster Hunter. So like, it's got a lot of stuff mixed into it. So it's got me intrigued. I'm intrigued by this one.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm also curious about like the whole building aspect of the thing, which kind of adds to just the aesthetic, and it's just beautiful. Like I love the vibrant colors. Paris, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, right, what you're saying. I love the art style that they have for this game. Your Immortals Phoenix Rising was spot on. There was an indie game that recently came out as well called Ravenlock. This has, from a visual standpoint, this has some similarities to that as well. But yeah, I mean, it goes on the radar for me. I mean, it definitely looks interesting enough that I want to see more. I do need to see the building aspect play out more. And that would probably be the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Kat, I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like this game might be up your alley.
Well, I do like RPGs.
You like grappling.
And grappling, apparently. Yeah, I'm really
and cute
into
and
that
colorful
one.
monsters. I don't know if they're cute, really, but...
But why do I have to kill them? I don't want to kill them.
You just want to tame them, make them
Yeah,
your pet, ride
I want them to
around.
be my buddies. Or at least have them fight against one another in brutal combat. I don't know, but
they should make a game about that.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd play that.
What would it be called?
I don't know.
Jada?
Some Monster Battler.
Monster Battler.
Monster
I
Battler.
like that. Yeah, let's go with
Monsters
that.
Are
Let's
My
patent
Friend,
that.
the video game. So I actually really liked Halcyon 6 and Star Renegades, both very good games. It reminds me a little bit of Dauntless, which is maybe not that much of a compliment,
Yes.
but that's mainly because of the aesthetic. If it wants to be better than Dauntless, I think it needs to have more depth in terms of the actual combat and the customization, because I would say Dauntless was a generally pretty good looking game, but it was not very fun to play. So when I look at this one, I think the big test is Monster Hunter because of its depth and because of the depth of the builds. Can this game actually hit at that? That is my big question, though I gotta say it is quite beautiful at various points. I like the water. I like the ever since Tears of the Kingdom, I love the flying over huge distances and everything, and this game has some of that, so it's one to watch.
Who would have thought that games giving us the ability just to fly wherever we want would be a successful mechanic? Who would have guessed?
I mean, it's a vibe. Now moving along to something that's a bit of a horrific vibe, I would have to say. Killing Floor 3. We have that. Lots of flesh pound shown off. Now I've seen gore. I've never seen gore honestly look so good. I've never wanted gore so badly. What do we think of Killing Floor 3? Jada, I know you're big into gore.
I am big into gore. Anytime you play a game and there's a boar that can gore you to death, it's a great game.
You just want it to rhyme.
Yeah, I just want it to rhyme. I like to rhyme. Just let me go. Killing Floor 3 looks cool. Obviously, this is all we got was behind the scenes stuff, showing off the new Flesh Pounder enemy. That's a reoccurring enemy from the previous Killing Floor for people who aren't initiated in the Killing Floor franchise yet. This one looks to be the goriest and just most devastating looking version of it. So I am very scared and excited to have this thing chasing me down the arenas that Killing Floor normally has me being chased around while killing things.
I'm just like, I'm looking at what we're looking at on the screen right now. I'm just like, I'm terrified. Paris, what's your experience with Killing Floor?
Yeah, I played a lot of 2, and really enjoyed it. So to see 3 coming out now, and like you said, they're just ramping up the gore factor in this. I mean, sign me up.
It's terrifying. But you want to know something that's not terrifying? Trains. Trains are not terrifying.
Depends on where you're at, your perspective.
Okay, yes.
When
if
I
it's
play
Train to
Red,
Busan, yes, because there's zombies.
I was thinking like Red Dead when I tie people to the train tracks. Those people are terrified
Oh wow,
of trains.
you are brutal. You were doing that?
Gore. You told me I like gore.
I told you you like gore.
You told me, yes.
You like gore, Jada. But no, Station to Station, it's a cozy train management sim game with voxel graphics, similar to what you've seen in Minecraft, coming out October 3rd on Steam. This game is, I would have to say, this is a vibe. Like, this is, obviously not similar to, Killing Floor 3, but I feel like this, you can just get lost in this. What is our takeaway from this one?
I want to play a train game.
Yeah?
I want to play it. I was saying it right when we were watching it. I go, wait, this is right up my alley. This is, like you said, it's a vibe. I totally could just get into that world and just start building out, my tracks.
Lose a whole day of your life.
Put on a hat, and then I'm just choo-chooing the whole thing.
Okay, I need to see that. I need to see the whole ensemble.
It reminds me of Momotaro Dentetsu, which is a very long-running Japanese train series. Sort of like a board game train simulator thing. And I think this might be more vibes than actual gameplay depth, but I do love the voxel look. That's a very clever approach to this, and it just looks really relaxing. Really nice.
I wouldn't count the depth out of this one because it's a management sim, so like there's going to be some level of like push and pull when it comes to like balancing your resources, balancing your money, like building your perfect ideal track for your trains to just have a good time riding around, seeing all the wildlife.
Yeah, and like you said, Kat, I think, the voxel look was perfect because you want to reel in that Minecraft audience, which I am not a part of. Yes, I am. I play Minecraft.
Also, we could get some gore in this too if, we
I don't want gore! Jada, could you stop? I told you like gore. I am telling you right now, you do not like gore, okay? I'm taking the gore away from you.
Fine.
All right, well, you know what? We're almost out of time here, but before we wrap, I gotta ask you all watching at home what your thoughts are. Let us know in the comment section down below, but for my panel, same question. What did we think? What are some of the things that we're looking forward to with the rest of Gamescom? Paris, let me start with you.
That I'm for the rest of Gamescom?
What are you looking forward to, as well as what are your final thoughts, today, opening night live?
A game that I'm looking forward to hearing more about at Gamescom would be Stalker 2. That would probably be at the top of my list for that. I would say overall for what we got out of opening night live, it was solid. This was a solid lineup of games, some good reveals, some good second and third looks at some games that we already knew about. Yeah. So again, Jeff Keighley does a great job with it, and think he knocked it out of the park again.
100%. Jada, same question.
I want to be surprised. That is the biggest thing a game can do to impress me at a conference like Gamescom is coming out of left field and just surprising me. I was not expecting this to come out. So I don't know what that surprise is, but I'm looking forward to being surprised.
What about you, Kat?
I think that we are blessed with so many amazing games right now.
100%. I agree.
It's wild. I can't keep up with all of them. And even the ones that are stalwarts that we've known for a long time. Just look, Aces? Mortal Kombat 1 looks fan-freaking-tastic. They can keep showing it over and over again, and every time they do get a reaction out of fans and even out of myself. It's really impressive. I think Alan Wake 2 also looks really, really strong. Remedy's come such a long way ever since the original Alan Wake, and I love their vibe. I love their presentation, what they do with their games. They have a personality, they have a voice, and I really respect that. So there's a lot to look forward to this fall, I think.
Yeah, and for me, I really enjoyed. I'm right there with you, Jada. Honestly, I want to be surprised. I want to see something that I really wasn't expecting to come out of Gamescom this year. But for opening night live today.
Well, now I want to change my answer.
What?
You can't take the same answer as me.
I took your. I put the gore in you. I'm taking that out, and I'm taking your answer too.
You just all take a key.
That's the
take.
I give too. I'm giving my thoughts, my final thoughts on the program. Zack Snyder coming out on that stage, WWE style, was just phenomenal. And announcing that there's going to be a Rebel Moon video game, which I'm hoping rivals Starfield. I think it could rival Starfield. Paris, would you agree?
You mentioned the game whose name shall not be said, but I thought that had a good showing at opening night live as well.
Yeah.
I think Todd Howard coming out on stage and talking about it more, the musical score that they had as well.
100%. It was a great way to kind of set the tone, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool live action commercial. I do love when they do live action commercials around their individual games.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm very excited about Starfield. One of the things I'm most excited about Starfield is this is a great moment for Bethesda to build their own world from scratch. This Elder Scrolls borrowed so much from D&D, and Fallout obviously was an established franchise. All right, Todd Howard, blank canvas. What are you going to give us? And we got a clear kind of look at it in this commercial for this trailer for Starfield.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's the reason why I wear glasses. I thought that was just like Unreal Engine 6 or something. I didn't know what. I was like, why does this look so realistic? You know. But there's a lot. You know, we still have some time. There was a lot that we didn't get to discuss off top. So I kind of want to go down the line. Were there any games that we saw shown today that we didn't get to mention at the top of the show? Like we saw something. You know, Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap had a showing here as well.
There's Little Nightmares 3 that we saw at the beginning of the
absolutely.
show, which looks really cool. I'm really glad we're getting co-op finally.
Yes, yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Little Nightmares series, so it's nice that I'll be able to play that with my partner at home.
We didn't really talk about Sonic Superstars.
Oh yeah, let's break it down. I'm always down to talk about Sonic.
Gotta go
right,
fast.
Kat? What do you have to say about
Sonic Superstars? So I love OG 2D Sonic. This is a 2.5D Sonic, and it looks good. It doesn't look like Sonic Mania, which I loved, and I think a lot of it will be like, well, how does this feel? Like I did actually get to play some of it at Summer Game Fest, and I did enjoy it. It did feel quite rough around the edges, I want to say, but I like that the friends are there. I'm intrigued by the battle mode. Let's see what's going on with that. So, Sonic Superstars, it's not going to be the game of the year 2022 like Sonic Frontiers, duh. But Sonic has a groove right now.
Very much.
He's on the move. He's just having a great time.
He's constantly on the move.
He's got to.
Also, he's never rough around the edges. He's just a blur.
Yeah.
A Gaussian blur around the edges usually.
I do have a couple from chat that are like games that they're excited for. So we got TB Toothbrush is looking forward to Starfield. That's their their big one. Explosive Cat is Homeworld 3.
Yes.
Maybe Hugo. They might be Hugo. They might not be. Alan Wake 2 and Starfield. Default _AP is Alan Wake and Little Nightmares 3. Isaac Tekken 8. And then let's see. Lude Sama Starfield Armored Core Tekken 8. So a lot of love for Starfield and Alan Wake in there.
I have an underrated announcement that we haven't talked about.
We did. You know what? We've been getting messages.
Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's going on?
Age of Empires 4 coming to Xbox. I actually think that's a big deal that it's now finally coming to a console. I think it's going to introduce, because Age of Empires 2 actually had a pretty good run at the beginning of the year coming to console. So now bringing 4, which is the newer game, to a console, you're just adding to it because they did a good job mapping over to the controller from mouse and keyboard. So opening up an RTS, bringing it to a console, I think is a big deal.
And also, last but not least, I should definitely mention, for all those Law & Order fans out there, Ice-T did appear talking about Payday 3. He's going to get his own heist mission, so it's going to be amazing. That was not my Mike Tyson impression. That was my Ice-T impression. So
6 in the morning, police gonna be at your door.
But it was great to see Ice-T. Very unexpected to just see him show up in black and white too. I don't know why they put that filter over him, but it's great.
That's just him in real life.
That's just the way I look in real life.
The filter just follows him.
Okay, well I know people are roasting me right now in the comments. Jada will let me know.
Actually not.
Oh,
good.
Great.
Yeah, they like you.
Well, you know what? I got some good news for everyone here and some bad news. Now, I'm going to start with the bad news. Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live is coming to a close. Now, the good news, this was only the opening night, and Gamescom is just getting started. And we've got 5 whole days of coverage planned right here on Gamescom Studio. Now make sure you don't miss the Gamescom Award Show this Friday, where we'll celebrate the best of this year's event, or the Gamescom Cosplay Contest on Sunday, where we'll be showcasing some incredible, and I mean incredible, fan-made costumes. Plus, tons of coverage in between giving you a look at the biggest upcoming games. Now, you can catch all of this right here on Gamescom Studio Live on IGN, and make sure you're following Gamescom's official accounts on your platform of choice: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Plus, keep an eye on now.gamescom.global. And with that, from all of us here at IGN, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Be there. Be strong. Be fierce. Be better. Be different. Be winning. Be epic. Be you at Gamescom 23. Come and be everything at Gamescom 2023.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
6 years ago, while talking about Sonic on Game Scoop, Brian, you had this to say.
Real talk. Where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise.
Nope. Wow. It was never really a good franchise, huh, Brian? Well, I'm sorry. We're well over, believe it or not, 100 Sonic games, 2 movies, a long-running comic book series, and 6 shows. When you besmirch Sonic, you besmirch everyone associated with Sonic, okay, Brian? Brian, I want to present you with this.
I will hold that L. I was wrong. I have since come around on that character. I have watched the movies with my kid and enjoyed them immensely. Sonic Frontiers is fun. I liked Sonic Colors. I liked Sonic Generations. I liked Sonic Mania. Something we can all agree on is that Sonic has been good. It's Crash Bandicoot that's never been good.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
If you enjoyed that, check out full episodes of Beyond, IGN's PlayStation show, as we talk, argue, and goof on everything PlayStation. New episodes drop every Tuesday on IGN.com and IGN Games on YouTube.